See 3 folds.
Alright guys, welcome to the final table of the main event here at the Australian Poker Tours event at Southport Sharks. We have just 8 players left gunning for that 57,750 first place prize, and it is a hell of a stacked FT. We've got a number of guys who have been here and done it before, so it's going to be a fantastic one to watch.
6 and 8 fold.
We're going to get straight into the action here. Dan O'Shea opening King 10 suited up to 160k from +1. Looks like it's going to fold around to the blinds. Looks like Peter's going to find a call with 10s. And Tom Amir with the 6-4-0 in the big blind.
Peter electing not to take the aggressive route here with the 10s against the early position opener. He decides to take it slowly.
Heads up.
Definitely makes sense with the ICM implications of this final table. Both these guys pretty deep.
1 check.
Clean flop here for Peter. Maintains an overpair. Nothing of note for Dos.
4 check. Check round.
We've seen Dan c-bet spots like this, but he decides against it on this occasion. Just playing relatively cautiously. He's going to fold versus a bet from Peter, so Peter going to be the first person to really make an impact here, picking up a relatively decent pot, taking himself up to 2.4 mil, but you can see that Tom Amir is our chip leader here, 2.9 million chips. Good for about 36 big blinds. Who's your pick to win this one, Corey? I know we're always usually pretty inconsistent when it comes to picking who we think is going to win, but it is the main event, so we're going to have to.
Yeah, and look, we've got a little bit of an extra advantage here. Given that there was a double bust out right before we broke down to this final table, we actually only have 8 to pick from 9. So it's going to give us a slight boost to our odds. Now, you did manage to come through with a winner last night. And I think I'm going to be the one to pick the winner tonight. I think Dos here with the sexy boys think this is just an omen for what's to come. Dos is going to be my pick to take this one down.
Alright, fair enough. I'm probably going to take Mr. Xenanos in seat number 9, which is actually seat number 8. Dipper is going to take this one down. That's my pick for the FT. Mind you, I would love to see Tom Amir in seat 2 have a really good result. He's watched his best mates, Cooper and Fletcher, have results in the Goliath and the Players' Championships respectively, and now it's his turn to shine in the main event, so let's see how they manage to go. I will make a shout out that Ray, who's down the bottom of the VPIP counts there, has already got a trophy just yesterday, so he's also somebody else to look out for. Been there, done it. He's going to go for number 2.
Very stacked final table here tonight. You guys are in for a treat. 57,000 and change up top. These guys have got a lot to play for. There's a lot on the line. You're gonna have some great poker to enjoy tonight. Thanks everyone for joining the broadcast. Make sure you are liking and following our page over at LCA Poker on Twitch, and of course right here at APT Live.
C5 raise 160,000, 160. 6 and 8 folds.
Neng is usually taking quite a lot of time to put raises out. This is no exception. The ace-8 suited. Peter with 10s again. Looks like he's going to reach for chips here. In the form of a raise, so he is going to raise to what looks to be 380k.
3 and 4 folds.
Relatively small 3-bet. It's going to be an interesting spot here for Neng, getting a great price, but after Peter 3-bets him, and he opened from under the gun, he's going to have a pretty good idea that Peter's not messing around here. Ace-8 suited, very likely to be dominated, almost certainly, really. But he's getting better than 3-1 on a call.
Looks like he is going to take his time here and weigh up all of his options.
Call.
Looks like he is going to find the call, so we're going to see our first bloated pot here. 12 big blinds in the middle pre-flop. Stack to pot ratio is about 2, so after 1 bet on the flop, I would assume that it would be at 1, and we see that is a 9-3 deuce flop with 1 club. Thought for a moment there was 2 clubs there, but it is just 1 club. Peter going to keep the lead with his overpair.
Yeah, Peter has been overpair the second time in a row.
Yeah, Neng has been pretty creative though when it comes to his flop play, so I wonder whether or not he's going to try something inventive here. 400k is a pretty chunky bet. Around 40% pot.
Neng's got to think that if he's going to call this here and face another bet, it's probably going to be for the whole lot. He is out of position. He is going to let it go. Peter's going to pick up another one.
And just like that, I think Peter might even be in the chip lead now.
It's a big couple of pickups.
Yeah, up to 3 million. He is the chip leader. Almost 40 big blinds.
Just going to squeeze past Tom there. Geez, Jordan, it feels hard enough to flop an overpair with 10s once, let alone twice back to back. Great start here for Peter.
Yeah, winning both the hands as well.
First up. Six, 8 fold.
Dip it now with the ace-jack O. Definitely a hand he's going to want to open. And he will be raising into the short stacks big blind, so could be a bit of an interesting spot here coming up for Corey, I think it is. 6 deuce O though. I don't know anything he can do with that. Looks like he is going to fold. King Queen though for Dan O'Shea. He's a very aggressive player. I don't know whether or not he's just going to put a lot of pressure on it here with the King Queen. He does cover dipper. Looks like he is just reaching for calling chips.
4 calls.
Let's throw in the call. Neng now.
5 folds.
Let's decide against it. So we're going to see a flop here.
Heads up.
Very similar hands here. The flop connects with one of these guys. It will connect with both of them. Not the case though. Dipper does flop top pair. King of clubs for Dan though.
Keep 9 bets. 200,000.
200k for Chris.
Testing a C-bet. Not a whole lot of hope here for DOS. Backdoor flush draw, but that is it. No over cards. So let's just give it up.
Line 10 entities.
I always double check. Too uncomfortable. Come back to the line. Lower. Okay. I'll change it. It's right. No, it's fine. You sure? Okay, why'd you tell me then? Alright.
8 folds.
Dipper once again with a raise here, I think. Ace-10 suited.
175.
Seat 9 raise 175,000.
Opens it up to the same size, 175k.
2 folds. 3 folds.
Pair of sixes for Corey, and he's just going to pass on it. A bit worried
Yeah, I
about
think he's...
testing the belly position open. Now, the pay jumps definitely are relevant at this point. These guys have all locked up $7,300 for their efforts so far. The next pay jump is worth $2,000. Of course, the most important pay jump is going to be that pay jump from second to first. Over 20 grand is the difference between those two pay jumps, and they're the ones that matter. Corey, very clearly the shortest stack at the moment. He's going to have to be willing to take risks here, and I think these sixes is probably one that he wants to go with. There's a bunch of dead money in the middle. He's going to be getting much more than a double up if he's able to get it in there and win the flip against Dipper. So it might be a missed opportunity there.
First up. Nine folds. Seat 1 raise 180,000. 180. 2 folds.
Peter
Another
with the
big hand
ace-king.
hit for Peter
3 folds.
to 180.
4 folds.
10s twice, and now the ace king, and this time he's going to find the ace queen of Nang. Could be dangerous here for Nang. Starting the hand with 20 bigs. Not crazy to think he could just pile it in here. Does have to be mindful of the other short stacks on the table though.
Ace-queen suited, such a pretty hand.
Does have the button, so if he decides to play it as a call, in that
450,000.
position post-flop, it looks like he's gone for the non-all-in 3-bet.
Can you spread your cards?
These guys have been doing a lot of this from what we've seen on our lead up to this final table. Just going to get around to Peter, and I'd love to see him just pile the rest of the chips in. Even if he's able to just pick this up here and now. It'd be a big pickup for him. 830k in the middle. And he is just going to go ahead and jam. And he's going to find himself in a pretty gross spot here. He's already put over a quarter of his stack in the middle. Probably got a pretty good idea he's not ahead of his opponent's hand. Does he fold and hold on to the 15 big blinds? Or does he try and run it up to over 40? Of course, if Neng calls here and was to win, he would be the new table chip leader.
With ace-queen facing this action, I think you literally have to wonder whether or not Peter is ever going to do this with ace-jack. Ace-jack offsuit, probably not. Ace-jack suited, probably just going to call. I think ace-queen is basically hoping to be flipping at best with a hand like jacks or tens. But we did just see Peter twice just call and open with tens. Oh, sorry, once call and open with tens, and the second time just 3-bet in position. So, I don't know. You basically just have to ask you the question whether or not you feel like ace-queen is going to be doing well enough. I mean, you're basically flipping at best, I think. Like, at best, you're going to be against jacks, tens, the same hand. That's going to be it, though.
Yeah, I think you've pretty well summed it up there, Jordan. I think in a typical situation, we can maybe justify calling here given the price we're getting. But guys, remember, there is a payout structure for this tournament. These guys are the top 8. You get paid $2,000 just for not being the next guy out. Simple as that. Corey's sitting there with 6 or 7 big blinds at the moment on the chopping block. If you can just outlast him, 2 grand in your pocket. And of course the jumps just get bigger and bigger from there. Calling here now, you're hoping to be flipping for your tournament life.
Nice, big.
Neng does make the fold. Peter going to take down a big pot there.
Blind spade.
Big pot considering there was no flop.
Scan for me later.
That's going to bump him up to 3.6 million, putting a bit of a gap
Check it later.
between him and the rest of the field. 3 big
not gonna
pots
tell
for
me
Peter
now.
already.
You're nice enough to
10s,
tell me
10s,
now?
and ace king.
You tell him what you had and he'll tell you.
He's got all the momentum in the world.
He's gonna tell me if I tell you what I have.
No, you gotta wait.
I tell you what I've been doing. I've been listening to what you've been saying all day.
Big blind.
RSA saying that this tank is a bit ridiculous. I mean,
Yeah.
really,
My free
they're
coaching
playing for
page. Yeah, paid off.
$1,000. The difference between 8th and 7th is $2,000 of just 3 buy-ins. It's a pretty considerable amount. So you want to make sure you're making the right decisions. And there's no shot clock in this tournament. These players can take as long as they want to make the right decision.
At the end of the day, any decision they make could end up in the long run being a $50,000 decision.
2 folds.
So while these guys might take a little bit more time than expected on some decisions, you've really got to give them the leeway to do that. And if they want to take a bit of extra time, given the amount that's at stake, I think it's perfectly reasonable for them to give everything a second thought.
160. 160.
Doss here now going to open up with the ace-jack. Nang with the ace-queen again. 15 big blinds now. This is a pretty different spot. It's a later position open. He's got a shorter stack, and he does find the jam here. Really like this jam here from Nang.
9 folds.
How much is that?
And Dan may view this as a bit of a tilt jam. Looks like he's going to think about this one for just a little bit. No decision made yet. It is 15 bigs. Is Nang going to do this with ace 10, ace 9, king jack?
1.
Dan gets a clarification on the count.
Now, I think the question here for Dan really is, how wide does he think Nang is doing this? Does he think that the last hand is maybe having an impact? Do they have a bit of history?
It's going to be forever half his stack.
Yeah, I think if we run this, if we run the numbers on this, we probably find that ace-jack is very close, but a fold would be my guess. But there's a lot of factors that can sway that. If he thinks that Nang is getting out of line and doing this particularly wide, ace-jack might just become a call. Of course, if he calls and wins this, Dan will be the chip leader. If he calls and loses, he's back down to 15 bigs. He does make the call and he's in bad shape.
Shakes his head a bit, can't quite believe it. He's going to see all 5 cards though. 31% of the time he will win, but the remainder Nang is going to find a big double. Put him near the top of the chip counts.
Yes, that Mandarin boy.
See all 5 cards now.
You've got the queen, ace, 5.
And that is
pretty
going
bad
to
news for Doss.
seal it up. Firing running
Check out a
diamonds.
deuce.
Yes, that Mandarin
2
boy.
does give Nang the check mark.
We'll get a double.
He is going to get a double. 2.6 million for Nang. Quick recovery after that last hand. Doss going to take a bit of a hit there. He's going to be left with 15 big blinds.
Get a load of this guy, huh? Get a load of this.
It's a circus. It's a travelling circus.
So we can see that at the moment
I
Dan
heard
has
you're
been the
gonna
most
eat that
active.
whole- I want to.
He has lost the
With the
most chips since
skin,
getting
when I
to
win
this
this,
final table.
no deal.
Has been the best start for
We're gonna
him,
game
but we've
it
seen
in.
him spin it back from
Do it.
less chips in the past.
Yeah.
Shout out Dan Johnson in the Facebook chat, cheering on Dipper. They're going to all play 25k together over in Vegas. Best of luck, boys. It sounds like a field I would want absolutely no piece of.
Yeah, I think I'll still steer clear of that one.
Nothing can stop me.
Shout out to Apocalypse
Nothing.
K2. Good afternoon, or good
Nothing.
night, good evening. So your thoughts? Is a good fold
No
from Nang.
fear.
Not sure
It's my
exactly
nickname.
where. Probably the ace-queen hand from previous.
2 folds.
Corey now
3 folds.
decides against the
What do
ace-9
you
O
have left
jam.
here?
1.3.
8 bigs.
5 folds. 6 and 8 fold.
Dipper in the small blind with this queen. May just try and take it. Looks like that's what he's going to try and do. Does raise it up, trying to steal the blinds from Peter with the Jack 6-0. Looks like it's going to get it done. Looks like Peter wasn't getting the right odds to be able to call his hand. And on the topic of odds, I think you might have an announcement for us, Corey. You want to tell us a bit more about that?
I sure do, Jordan. Thank you for bringing that one up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited to announce the launch of Implied Odds Poker. Going to be providing personalized coaching and tips to up-and-coming poker players. So, guys, we will drop a link to the Facebook page in the comments. Very excited. We've been doing a bit of coaching over the last year, seen some really good results from the students so far, and seeing that's got me really pumped up to dive in head first. If you guys are looking at leveling up your poker game, Implied Odds Poker is going to be the place to do it. Give me just a moment. I'll get that link in the chat for you guys to go and take a look. If you could drop a like on the page, that would be brilliant. And if you're interested in leveling up, flick us a message and we'll get your journey started.
Not quite leveling up, but it looks like Dipper wants to up the price of poker here. Looks like he's going to try and find a potential 3-bet against the open of Chan Sung. Giving it a bit of thought though first. Looks like he is reaching for those pink 100k chips. Looks like he's going to find a raise to somewhere in the vicinity of 460k.
460. One fold.
That he does. Tom now in the big blind with Jack 10 suited. A very pretty hand, but not one that he can do anything with against the 3-bet from Dipper. Chansung now with Queen Jack O. This is just a bit of Hollywooding. I don't think he's ever going to be putting in a call with this hand.
6 folds.
And he does put it in the muck. Dipper going to take himself over the 3 million mark now.
Nice pick up from Dipper. Looking at taking that chip lead back. So I'm in control of the feature table not long ago. It's quite a bit of time as the chip leader over there. Tomamir, who was the chip leader coming in, slipped a little bit, but I have just had a couple of people pass him by at the moment. Still sitting on a very healthy stack.
Next time, Frank.
As you can see, the tables are on their side in the background, guys. It's all starting to wrap up at the Australian Poker Tour Series here at Southport. We've got this event going on at the moment, and I believe we also have the Beast and the Cyclone running in the background as well.
8 folds.
Scott, the name of the page will be Implied Odds Poker Coaching. Is that correct, Corey?
That is Implied Odds Poker Training, yes.
There we go.
I'll have a link for you guys in the chat momentarily.
As you see, the blinds have increased to 5,100. Peter with 4 is going to open it up here. Corey going to fold the 10-6-0. Not really getting any opportunities to put any money in. Thinks that he's best off just folding, so Peter now opening up a little bit, 3.7 million.
Good luck, players.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, gentlemen.
No kings?
Yeah.
I would have found out. I would have found out.
So you see a dealer change. Taylor going to take the reins here.
1.2, including one. Oh. Yes. 12 bigs.
5 fold. 6 folds. 8 folds.
It's 100 now, right?
Mm-hmm. 9 raised, 225.
Liam Murray joins us in the Facebook chat. Thanks for joining us again, Liam.
Correct.
Dipper with threes, going to open it up to 225. Looks like Tom is considering something with the king deuce suited here.
Perhaps has some ill intentions.
Yeah, it'll be interesting timing.
2 folds.
Sides against it. Corey with the king 8 suited just needs to put this into the middle. 4 big
Yeah, if there
blinds.
were other short stacks around, he could argue sitting back and maybe optimistically waiting, but he's very clearly the shortest stack. He's got to give himself a chance to get back in this, and he's actually just got to keep his stack afloat. If he keeps folding, then he's just going to blind out, and it's not going to do him any favours. Of course, this 8th to 7th place pay jump would be very nice to lock up, but the pay jumps after that matter even more. Got to give himself the best chance possible to lock those up. He has left himself a chip behind. If things start to go really chaotic, he could potentially think about folding, but I think with just DOS and the original razor behind, it probably wouldn't be the case.
9 re-raise all
Yeah,
in.
leaving a
does
chip
get out of
behind
the way.
doesn't really make any sense when he's
Three
got one
calls,
person
all in calls,
to act
go down.
still.
Yeah.
As he is going to be flipping here against the king 8. We did see a 3 was folded, so it looks
This
on
is
the
a very
screen
fair
that the
fight.
king 8 is actually quite the favourite here. Oh, sorry, king 8 is just on the favourite here.
In the main event final
There were some kings folded, I think. 1 million in the middle, real chance for Corey to get back into this one.
Dipper, of course.
to the flop of ace
9 doesn't change anything. It does add some counterfeit outs there though. A 9 would give Corey the best hand. 6 adds to those outs.
as well.
15 outs.
Black.
The river card is a queen.
That is not one of them.
Wow.
We're going to lose Corey in
Every
8
out.
position.
Always assume on the tongue card.
7,350 for his efforts.
Yeah, he didn't really have the opportunity to make any kind of spin on this final table. It was kind of the only opportunity he had.
Yeah, I know, that was tough.
Oh, 3.
What a turn card.
Yeah, what a turn.
You run good.
He was odds on favourite on the turn.
You run good.
Now we are down to 7.
running
Next
6
player
and 9.
is eliminated. Is going to take home $9,300. This was a $600 buy-in, so not bad for 600 bucks, 9.5K almost.
Yeah, these guys have already put on an awesome showing and had a great run. Just making this final table here at the main event is a pretty awesome feat. But of course, what's more awesome than final tabling is taking that trophy home. $57,750
That was the second card.
for the eventual champion,
That's
plus
what
the vault
No,
entry,
it's alright, it's alright.
as well as trophy,
But it's definitely the
bragging rights. I do believe we still have the banners of former main event winners hanging around the room. The very familiar face on one of those banners, Jordan.
You always have a habit of bringing that one up.
It's a very, very nice picture.
As we see Ray does fold the ace 10-0, that allows Dipper to open the ace jack suited. I feel like we should just have his name changed from Chris Xananos to Dipper. I reckon there'd be people that wouldn't even know that his first name is Chris. Folding around to neck in the big blind with the queen 7-0.
Correction.
He has been pretty sticky in situations like this, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see him defend. Given how he was playing on the feature table earlier, he defended the king 4 offsuit, so queen 7 is in the similar kind of realm, computer hand.
I'm really giving this some thought.
Five folds.
Does fold though. Dipper gonna take another one.
Against the middle position open, I think it folds
Big
perfectly
blind,
fine. There's short stacks looming. I don't really want to get involved unnecessarily with a hand that can be as troublesome as queen 7. Apocalypse over in the Twitch chat, giving the page a like. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you to everyone that's jumped on there and given it a like. It's a huge help. We'll be dropping some little tips and tricks, some pearls of wisdom on there. You can access for free, even if you're not jumping into the coaching sessions. But if you are interested in really upping your game,
8 fold.
flick the page message. If you get in early, there is introductory discounted rates.
9 raise, 225.
It's the perfect time to get in.
1 folds. 2 folds.
Dipper going to keep the aggression going with the Queen Jack O. Peter with Ace 5 suited. Not going to get it amongst it. Decides to just fold. Definitely a hand that I would have liked to have seen 3-bet.
6 folds.
He's the one player at the table that can kind of put pressure back on Dipper, and Dipper's just going to steamroll over this table if not. Up to 4.1 million now. Chansung and Dan, both of our short stacks, 16 and 9 big blinds respectively. 592 entries, and we're just down to 8 now. $57,000 up top. Not bad for a couple of days' work. As we will be getting down to a winner tonight, guys.
9 folds.
A rare moment where Dipper doesn't open a hand. It's going to give Peter the green light to open his pocket 8s.
Another big hand for Peter.
2 folds.
He's picked the perfect time to pick up a bunch of good hands. Main event final table, it's a great spot to do it.
5 folds.
Get around to the blinds.
6 folds.
Now Chansung does have 15 bigs, but he doesn't even consider the Ace 5. And Ray with the Queen do so. Definitely not a hand I would think that you're not going to be able to defend. He does fold. So Peter and Dipper are kind of rolling everybody over at the moment. They're just taking all of the pots. Really giving anybody an opportunity to get back into it.
You play the offset. $1 million over there. Oh, different house, sorry. Big one. One raise, 200,000.
Peter just keeps picking up monsters. Ace King suited.
It's getting insane. Under the gun, he's going to bump it up to 200. Tom may be getting a little bit suspicious, but this is pure card distribution so far. Peter definitely not getting out of line. Ace 9 offsuit.
Looks like he is thinking about it. This is really bad timing, yeah.
520.
Peter's just been waking up with the nuts over and over, and Tom probably thinks that it can't be happening again. Spoiler alert, it has happened again.
Yeah, I think we'll just see another 4-bet jam go in. Tom shouldn't be losing any more than the 3-bet he's already committed to this pot.
Yep. 8 folds, 9 folds.
That is 520,000 chips that he perhaps could have spared. It's Ace 9 offsuit is a very loose 3-bet from plus 1 seat.
Heads up.
Peter just calls.
And this is perhaps bad news for Tom.
No limit, boost to 7, single draw.
Does have
How
the
do
ace
these
of
guys
clubs.
connect? He does have the Ace of Clubs, but I don't know if we'll see
2,000, 4,000, 4,000.
Peter give up here.
Let's go.
When he gets called and whiffs the flop this hard, Tom doesn't really, kind of in no man's land.
Yeah, this is one of the problems with 3-betting a hand like the Ace 9 here. You're very likely to just completely whiff. It's not a particularly playable hand, especially the offsuit version. And you find yourself in a spot like this. The SPR is 1.5. It's not an ideal time to be bluffing off your stack. If you bluff it off here and get called, you bust in 7th after being 3rd on the leaderboard. He would have gone from basically being the chip leader to out and only have been played a single hand. He's going to fire about a 325,000 though. And the question is, will Peter float with just the Ace King high? And he won't. Tom's going to steal that one away. It is going to work out for him, and that's a big shift in power. Tom, 3.4 million back amongst the chip leaders.
Peter really shouldn't be calling there. He should just be piling that one in every day of the week.
Yeah. Oh, very clear
Really,
jam pre-flop.
really got away with one there. That was I mean, when you've got a lot of the chips at a table like this, you just don't want to give anybody the opportunity to do things like that. You've got ace king suited, and you've got this guy covered. You just want to pile the chips in and let him make a mistake. I think that's just a bit too passive for my liking. You can't let somebody get away with that.
The 3-bet pre certainly does look strong from the +1 seat against under the gun, but with the ace king suited, if you're running into it, you're running into it. Stacks aren't deep enough for you to be getting away from an ace king suited, even in a spot like this. Remember, it is 7-handed currently. It's
the middle
like
on the
it's
field.
9-handed under the gun +1.
Yeah.
Definitely not an ideal call free flop there from Peter, unfortunately. He does get punished for it.
God's gonna rip in 6s.
5 folds. 6 folds.
It's a
8
good
folds.
jam. 10 big blinds.
Around to the big stats and the blinds. Dipper with king queen may want to look this up.
Yeah, he definitely could give this some thought.
950,000.
Shove will get past Peter. Dipper doesn't look it up. It's 9.5 bigs. King queen. Dipper has the chips. He's able to take some risks if he thinks it's a good spot.
I think Dipper has played quite a lot with Dan in the past, so knows that he's capable of jamming a hand like King Jack. He's going to give this a bit more thought though.
Cool.
9 calls.
Less than 10 bigs, I
One
wouldn't hate the
fold,
call. He
shut
does
down.
call.
Doss
So
gonna have
it's
to
gonna
win a
be-
fair fight here.
It's going to be a flip. We can see that there have been a few kings and queens folded,
9
so
call. Feature table.
yeah, 59% to get the double here. Dipper needs to find a king or a queen to get us
Daniels, pocket 6%,
six-handed.
risk verse, dippers, king, queen offsuit.
Good luck, players.
Put it there in the window, Tyler.
Looks like we're going to see a flop here.
And our flop
And that is a
clubs,
king.
10 of spades.
Dipper does
Four
take the
clubs.
lead. Dan going to need to find a 6 and a 6 only.
Turn card brings the 2 of clubs.
Deuce won't do it. Only 2 6s remaining.
Now, card is
And it's a
the
5. So
of
close, but not
lose
quite.
Daniel O'Shea
So we are going to lose Dan O'Shea in 7th position, taking home $9,300 for his efforts.
And that's a big
Oh,
pick
you
up
said
there
fold.
from Dipper. That's going to get him up to the 5 million chip mark. Closing in on a third of the chips in play.
Really in quite a good position here to continue running this table over as he has done so far. Joe Hickory in the Facebook chat says the Greek gods in steamroll mode. I tend to agree, though I will be honest that Greek mythology, it's not really a trivia topic I'm very good with. It really is my Achilles elbow. But these guys definitely have all the chips. They're in a good position to continue their dominance on this table.
Good call, good call.
Score line 50,000.
We are 6-handed now. Next person going to lock up $11,800, but that's not what anybody is going to be thinking about. 57,750 is what everybody is going to be thinking about. Almost $60,000 for first place in this event.
I'm here to win. I'm not
Along with that $1,250 entry to the vault. Josh Barry in the Facebook chat cheering on Tom.
6 folds.
Made a very good bluff just before.
8 raise. 200,000.
Ray opening the Queen 10-0 from the cutoff. First hand he will have played
One
here.
fold.
He's going to fold around to Tom in the big blind with King 8 offsuit. This is a min open. He may find a defend here.
Yeah, you can definitely flick a call in here. Ray playing
Ray
about
does have
20
20
bigs.
bigs.
Two calls. Heads up.
And he does. Off to a flop we go. 550 in the middle. Ray with an open ender now. Tom's
Two
still
check.
ahead though with King High. It's going to be difficult to navigate on a board like this though.
Yeah, if Ray decides that he wants to play this draw aggressively, he's very likely to take this pot down, whether he hits it or not.
8 bets, 175.
So we'll bet 175k.
2 folds.
Tom just gonna fold. Ray picks up a nice pot there.
VPIP. 3% VPIP.
Same.
Justify the lease otherwise. Yeah.
6 folds, 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 fold.
So he's gonna fold over to Tom. Queen 9 suited.
Imagine he'll be able to seal this one away. Question is if he decides to play it aggressively or just pay the 50k and limp in.
Definitely think I like a raise here.
Two
Like
raise,
he agrees.
300,000.
X.
300. And then can't really do much with this jack 6-7, I think.
Yeah. Playing with a bounty hand in a short deck tournament. Looks like he is going to get out of the
5
way.
folds.
So Tom's going to pick up another nice pot. 3.3 million now. As always, guys, let us know where you're tuning in from. Let us know who you're supporting. If you've got any questions, feel free to send them through to the Facebook and Twitch chats. Don't forget to follow APT Live on Facebook and LCA Poker on Twitch.
9 fold.
We're going to go all the way down to a winner here. Tom with the 5-3 suited, one of the best poker hands ever created. See the rail is starting to build, beers in hand.
He's getting very exciting. Tom decides to pass up the 5-3 suited. Saw Dipper get into trouble with it earlier today. Tom going to avoid the same fate. Then with the 9-6 suited. May elect to play this. Can probably even get away with jamming this. Chansung's going to have to call pretty tight. It would be a loose jam, for sure. Given the situation, he could justify going for it.
5 raise, 300,000.
He is going to raise. It's a bit of a scary raise given that Chanson has 14 bigs, but does go for it. Neng does seem to be pretty fearless when it comes to this kind of position.
Yeah, he certainly does. With the Queen 2 suited, Chansung probably just going to have to give this up. He does.
You like it, or just like play?
Just telling them to just come back later.
Really?
We reckon that only Tom Amiron's good enough to not get 4-bet jammed on by Ace King suited. Yeah,
in the ring.
make a pretty good point.
Definitely
Definitely didn't expect to see a just call there from Peter. I thought it was for sure going to be piled in.
Shout out to Daniel Thosberg in the Facebook chat reminding us about the 6-2, Jordan.
He keeps going on about that every day.
9 folds. 1 fold.
Thanks for liking the page, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. So also letting us know Tom's his pick after getting that steal through with the Ace-9 against the Ace-King. And John calling for Dipper to get felted.
That's not very nice.
Jordan, correct me if I'm wrong,
False.
but Dipper was your pick to take this thing out. Is that right?
Yeah, of course. What are you calling for, John?
Yeah,
what are you
and-
calling for him to get felted?
Thank you.
That's not very
Thank
nice.
you. I wonder what I had.
If,
Shout out
if our
George
commentator-
Fillingos. That is a familiar face in the Twitch chat.
Yep.
I saw that George was on the receiving end of one of the more brutal bust outs that I've seen in recent APT history. It was a set over set over set spot. That was absolutely disgusting. Shout out Jess Burns in the Facebook chat.
Oh, there you go. So you can't fold it now.
Liam, interesting to note is that Chancellor was actually 14 bigs effective there, so it was very shallow. Really expect him to find an all-in raise there. Shout out Joe Hickory tuning in from the Hills District in Sydney. Colin A, thank you for the kind words. George is going to see a physiologist. Yeah, I have a feeling that you're going to have a lot of mental health bowling sessions off the back of that one, George. I really feel sorry for you for that one, mate.
5 faults.
Chancellor now with the King 4 suited at 13 bigs. What do you reckon about this one, Corey?
I mean, he
Six
could
raise,
justify
225,
going for the all-in
225.
here. It's going to be one of the worst hands that he'd want to go for it with, but the nature of
Yourself, hey?
heavy ICM pressure spots is that you can jam light, but you have to fall tight. Now, the guys in the blinds are going to be kind of handcuffed a little bit. Dipper does have
9
some
calls.
chips that he can work with,
What's
but
that?
he still doesn't want to go and blow that chip lead that he has. He's in a great spot, but the 1.3 million, even though it's one of the shortest stacks, will still definitely put a dent in it. He has to respect that.
And this is a spicy flop.
It's gonna open.
9 check.
And this is a very fun flop. Chansung with the open ender, one side to the nuts. Dipper with the top 2 pair. The board typically would favour the pre-flop aggressor. You'd expect to see Dipper check this over
6
to
check.
start with.
Check back and a king on the
Heads up.
turn, so any 8s makes a straight, but Dipper is still in the lead.
9 check.
Matt Russell wondering where the celebrity Nathan Bartley, why he doesn't play anymore. Well, from what I understand, Nathan Bartley isn't welcome in certain circles.
6
Not
bets.
here, he can play here, I just
125,000.
certain ones. Matty's shouting out, Dipper, Liam is used to having piles of chips, can't imagine
9
having
calls.
14 in, but where you
Heads
had
up.
a really big pile of chips when you had your winner's photo taken for the shot clock, didn't you? As we go to a river here, the 3 of clubs doesn't change anything. Dipper still with the best hand, 2 pair.
9 check.
After getting called on the turn, I have a feeling Chancellor may
6
just
check,
show
around.
this one down. And he does.
Yeah,
Dipper going to
10
take this
jack.
one down, taking himself over 5 million chips now.
You're lucky you never set a trap on that
Dipper
flop.
very
brother.
much moving in the right direction. Chansung though, dropping below a
Wanted
million.
you to
The
fall
only
in,
player
but the
below
king
that
saved
point.
you.
10 big blinds though. Take one double and he's right back amongst the pack. It's a very even chip distribution with the exceptions of Chansung and Dipper.
We've reckoned the Tomamia's to win because he runs too good. Yeah, well, if Fletcher and Cooper have anything to say about that, given how well they run, then Tom's just going to win this in the next 20 minutes. Thanks for the kind words, George. Appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. Ben Boss cheering on Dipper as well. Got a lot of different people cheering for different members of the final table here. I really like it.
Yeah, it's what we love to see.
5 faults. 6 faults.
I don't think we're going to be able to get Cooper on as a third commentator tonight because from what I understand, he
Eight
is
range,
just
200.
downing the beers on the rail.
9 faults.
And he also wants to be there to support Tom,
1 calls.
standing right behind
Heads
him.
up. 8 raised, 200,000.
He
9
may have
calls,
already
1
won the
calls.
6 max, but he wants to try and get 2 trophies. As we see Ray here, 24
Yep,
bigs and
9
ace 10
calls,
0.
1 calls.
Definitely a
There you
hand he's going to want to open, and he does. Looks like Peter's going to call the 5-4 offsuit.
Yeah, he's going to defend.
1 check.
Not an
pair for
ideal
both of
flop
these
here for
guys.
Peter. Caught the bottom pair, but he is crushed at the moment. 4-1 underdog.
8 check. Yes.
Ace on the turn will give Ray top 2. Don't expect
Probably
that's going to go
actually,
check on the turn.
1 bets.
Peter actually going to
200,000.
stab at this.
Yeah, this is not what I was expecting at all. I figured this ace will probably just be another scare card for Peter, probably allow him to save some chips on the pot, but he's going to go ahead and bet it.
What do you think here is the best decision for Ray? Do you continue to
Okay,
let
600,000.
let Peter bluff it off, or do you try and raise now, given how dynamic the board is?
Well, look, I don't expect Peter to be doing this as a pure bluff very often.
One false.
Given the presence of 2 flush draws and infinite straight draws, really think we got to raise it up. The question is the size. It's kind of awkward given the stack sizes. I probably would have picked a size similar to raise, maybe gone like a 700 mark or something like that. But I think falling is probably just a bit too dangerous, and I'm not going to expect Peter to be just randomly bluffing and then doubling it off, especially on the ace turn. So I think the raise is the right move there for Ray.
I've just been told that apparently Dipper has already come second in an APT main. So he's going for the win. It'll be his first win in this occasion. He's been here and done it once before, but just didn't quite get over the finish line.
8 folds.
Let's see if he can change that here. Shout out Darren Oy rooting for Ray. Congratulations on your results yesterday, Darren. So you came second in an event here as well. Jess reckons there's a great vibe in the room right now. Typically towards the end of the APT series, there's multiple FTs going on at once. Everyone's having a blast and the beers are flowing. So great to hear, and I can see you in the background there having a good time. So great to hear you're doing well as well.
You already had yours.
Peter deciding to limp the queen 4 suited from the small blind. Tom with a6-0 does decide to check. We're going to see a flop here between these two.
The universe is very balanced.
That is a huge flop for Peter.
One check.
Tom does have the nut flush blocker though. Certain runners, this could get pretty spicy.
I bought in 30 times and not one of these yesterday. It's balancing right now.
I'm down 9 grand right now. So.
2 check.
Yeah. I'm down 9k.
Heads up. 1 check.
Ace on the turn. Peter with 13 outs here. Kane thinks it out of the final 6. You're going for either Dipper, Ray, Peter, Chensung, and Tom. Thank you so much, Kane. Always a pleasure, never a chore. As we see the 9 river, so only 10 makes a straight here. Tom does have the check mark with top pair. It is a pretty difficult board to deal with.
Two bets, 150.
So I'm going to try and squeeze a bit of value out of his top pair.
And a queen just really isn't very strong here. I mean, the bet is only 150k, but...
Gutsy bet here going for value on a 4 to a straight board. He has made the correct read on the situation.
I mean, it's interesting.
Looking really good. Bet already.
This may feel like a bit of a nothing bet because you've got to assume that a 10 probably bets the turn trying to get a value from a pair. Does get away from it though. Tom's going to take himself up to 3.4 million. Blind still at 100k. Also a reminder that these guys started with 30,000 chips. 3 starting stacks, 3.3 starting stacks for the big blind now. Definitely getting to the pointy end here.
What are you talking about? I'm talking to the blinds. Six folds. 8 folds.
Chensung now.
9 folds.
Not going to jam the A7 suited for 6 bigs. Really just need to rip that one in. Like, that is just a clear jam. Tom with the 7-5 suited.
I looked to the comment section for just a moment, Jordan. What was the hand?
A7 suited.
On the button?
No, sorry. No, I thought you were trolling me somewhere elaborately there. No, it was early position for 8 bigs, A7 suited.
Oh, that's pretty tight.
It's very tight.
It's pretty tight.
Tom 3xing the 7-5 suited here into a sub 20 big blind stack. Don't know if I like this size. I'd much prefer a 2.5x, I think. It feels like it's a little bit big.
5 raise all in.
Now he decides to jam the king jack. Yeah. With a full big blind answer, you could even treat the 7-5 suited as a limp, I think. Not entirely certain, but
Alright, gentlemen, you have any dealer. Good luck for Romania's tournament, guys.
Borat once again tuning in. I wish you weren't, but thank you, I guess. For those of you who aren't sure, we've had a bit of a pest in the Twitch chat over the last few days. As we welcome Princess to the table. Thank you for dealing once again. These guys have done a fantastic job. As it looks like Neng and Chensum wanted to tuck their chairs in at the same time. That was a bit spooky. And I'm still wondering the significance of the orange.
Yeah, if anyone knows the story behind that, please do let us know, because we've been curious for quite some time now. He's been holding on to that since the final 2 tables, and he's yet to take a bite. Is he saving it for an emergency?
8 folds, 9 folds.
Peter with the king queen.
225.
Does open to 225k, but it is a little bit too little. Needs to be 240.
240.
Yep, this blind change has brought him out. We've seen this a few times actually.
Seat 1 is 240.
He's going to have to go for the min raise there. Now, Tom went for the 3-bet with the ace-9 in a much worse spot.
120 blind.
This would be a much better spot to go for it, so let's see if he does the same.
He's going 225.
This time he's also not up against a hand that's got him crushed.
Looks like he is going to reach for a 3-bet. It's interesting because if he 3-bets this and then Chansung does jam, he's literally going to have to call off. So it's going to be interesting to see if Chansung wakes up with a hand here.
Seat 5 folds, 6 folds.
Doesn't look like it. Peter now with the king queen. He just flattered the ace king suited before. He's got a little over 20 big blinds to start the hand.
Yeah, if he knows what Tom is up to, he could go ahead and pile this in. But it's pretty tough to do. Very hard to pull the trigger on that. It's also
Peter
pretty
decides
nice
against
to
it.
hold it out of position, and he is going to give it up. Tom going to steal that one away. Doesn't have to do it the hard way this time. He gets it done free. Now, Jordan, I just want to give a quick shout out. As Princess does tag Taylor out to come and take care of this final table, both Princess and Taylor both received an award from the APT today. They did a award presentation to recognise loyalty, integrity, trust, skills, leadership and teamwork. Princess and Taylor were both awarded awards as senior dealers on the tour. I've been saying it all week. We're blessed with having some very skilled, very talented, some exceptional dealers on the Australian poker circuit. Taylor and Princess are 2 of the best. We also see Stephen Dean, Smurf, floating around in the background as well. He too was a recipient of one of those awards as a tournament director. The recipients were Brian, tournament director and head of dealers, and Pink for taking care of the administration. A lot of the work these guys do doesn't get noticed, but the significance is understated. We really appreciate these guys. Now we're seeing got action. Blind versus blind, both guys with an ace. This one's pretty likely to get chopped up, but Chansung does have a slight advantage here with the ace-5. He is the player at risk.
Give it a chop, please. Chop.
Pretty likely to chop this up.
Come on, chop.
5 or a 3 there. That's a really nasty river card. Loose on the river, Ray gonna get the elimination. All of a sudden, we're down to 5.
大香蕉
Chance Sung going to take home $11,800 for his efforts. A very nice cash.
I said.
I really feel a little bit
大香蕉
stung.
Yeah.
Picked it that early.
Loose on the river.
He was there. He heard it all.
Duke continue 5-handed from here. $15,000 locked up for everyone remaining in the tournament so far. Remember, this was a $600 buy-in, so these guys have got an awesome return on investment already. Next pay jump will be up to 8,500. Third place is going to be taking home 25 grand.
18,500, by the way. Not 8,500, 18,500.
Oh,
Can't miss out the 10k there.
Yeah, they might. That might change things up a little bit. Yeah, 18.5 for fourth, 25,000 a neat quarter for third, 37,000 for second, then up top, $57,750 plus that vault entry ticket worth another $1,250.
I just sort of want to touch base on this orange. I keep seeing that this orange is being mentioned. I've received word from a certain member of the APT team that Johnny Chan used to bring an orange to the table and not eat it until he was eliminated. So I'd hate to look at that thing after 10 days of not being eaten playing tournaments, but apparently that is kind of the origin of it. George Falingos in the Twitch chat makes the point saying he's saving the orange to throw at the opponent who knocks him out. So I guess we're going to have to vitamin C who that's going to be targeted at.
Oh, Jordan.
That would definitely work.
No.
We see Tom with the Queen 9 suited opening it up to 240k. Dipper in the big blind with 7s. Looks like he is wondering whether or not to keep the pressure, keep the foot down. Looks like he is just going to find a defend.
Seat 9 hold. Heads up.
Off to a flop go between these two. Two of the 3 biggest stacks.
First off.
Ace 10 6 doesn't connect either player. Chris still ahead with 7s. Interesting board for Tom to try and navigate as well. He may try and c-bet and take this one down, but I don't think Chris is going to give it up that easily.
Yeah, this might take a couple of bullets to get the job done. Dipper very willing to battle for pots. He doesn't make it easy.
Definitely not. I've played many hands against Dipper and I think he's won 98% of them. The other one was the time he folded pre. Looks like Tom is going to stab at this one. Looks to be around a third pot.
A lot of good turn
Even
cards.
less than that, one big blind. Quick call for Chris.
Yeah, one big blind, definitely.
Turn we go. King on the turn, so another over to Dipper's 7s, but it doesn't help Tom's exact hand at the moment, though. You solver kids in the chat will know this is a really, really nice hand to barrel.
Of course, does pick up some equity with a gut shot. He's going to know if he's going to show up with a lot of medium strength hands here. He can put a lot of pressure on. He's able to muster up a healthy bet here. He's going to be able to generate a lot of folds. Very likely get this specific hand to fold as well.
C2 bets 400.
Is going to find a bet, and it's going to get the job done. Looked like about a half pot size bet. Yeah, exactly half pot.
Blinds, please.
Great move there from Tom. Steals that one away with just the queen high.
Scott reckons that Ray is waiting to explode. I don't know about that anymore. I mean, he just picked up quite a lot of chips. I think he's chilling. There's an account named Chris P. Bacon who is tuning in. That is, of all the Facebook names I've seen in my life, that certainly is one of them. Morgs reckon that Chen Sung is going to be kicking himself for not shoving the A7 a few hands earlier. Maybe, but he didn't really think about that at all. He kind of looked at the A7 and snap folded it, so maybe not. Ray with 7s.
How many stacks of blues is
Does have 30 bigs. He has won back quite a number of chips. I think we're going to see at least a flop here. 7s and 5s. Thanks for tuning in, Sportelli. I'm glad you enjoyed my little vitamin. What? Ah.
Well,
this is nuts. What? Jamming 30 bigs into the chip leader?
And
and
wow.
What? What is this?
I was about to say Ray's probably just cost himself a value, but no, he's going to get the max. He's got an interesting game. You see, it looks like there's a 6 dead. Peter only 12%. Some 5-5 here. We are very likely going down to 4-handed.
What is the jam?
Big board.
Off we go.
9, ace.
Ace, 9 at 9. Nothing changes yet.
6 and
1-6 only.
Some chop outs now.
Chop outs.
River is a 3. We will lose Peter.
We are going to lose Peter
6th place. 5th
in
place.
5th place, taking home
Congratulations,
15k.
Puzzle.
大香蕉，继续加油！
What
我直接被你
absurd
把那车看走，我就第二名。
Right, all of a sudden, the chip
I
leader.
said
I mean,
not all of them now.
definitely not a conventional jam,
That's the idea.
but he got pulled by a worse hand.
If you wake
He
up
ran
with
it as a
aces with
huge favourite, and he's
我在帮你喊，
got
你看到没有？
over 4 million chip pot in the
上，
process.
我就大牌大牌大牌。
he loved it.
Right now, the chip leader 4-handed.
It did work out for Ray, but I'm going to let you guys know, from an ICM standpoint, don't try that at
他
home.
有啊
That is not going to end well.
20，他有20。
My goodness.
Oh,
Gets the
15,
call
15's
for
a
the
call.
first pair.
15 is a call.
Ray's that chip leader.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Him.
Shout out Rory saying Dipper versus Ray one time. Wayno reckons that's unreal.
4, yeah, about 5.
Well, I got about try to win now, I guess.
I run good, but I run good.
Nice story, eh? Not bad.
Scott says, told you.
18,500 the next payout.
My goodness.
Yeah, Scott, good read. Well played.
Yeah.
We've got to pay this
Yeah,
one.
mate. Yeah, just absolute deck reads from Scott there. Dang now. 2.6 million, King 4 suited from basically gun, but pretty much the cutoff given the way the stacks are situated right now.
Seat 5 race, 240. 240.
Falcon reckons Peter is a fish. Come on, mate.
8 volts, 9 volts.
Why aren't you on the final table? What's going on? It's gonna fold around to top of the big blind with 10-8. I think he will find a defend here. Man, we've got heaps of the chat pros are out in force today. My goodness.
Is that you?
Yeah, that hand was perfectly played by all, especially Princess, giving 3 people pairs. Tom now deciding whether or not he's going to defend. Oh, definitely the MVP. Looks like Tom is going to find a defend. Off to a flop we go.
Heads up.
And that is the second up flush draw for Nang and just 10 high for Tom, so I think this one is going to be pretty quickly taken down. Expect to see a C bet of something around 200k here from Nang. Nope, decides to check back. Repeat Queen. We're not doing very well with that prediction so far, are we, Corey?
No, this has not been a good day for them.
No.
2 checks.
Tom checks again. I wonder if Nang is going to go for a delay C-bet here. Looks like he's going to put bet out there. Eventually. This will be 140k.
Too smart, this guy. This guy's too smart.
Correct. That button small big please.
Quick fold from Tom. So we can see Ray in the lead now with 50 big, 6 million, followed closely behind by Chris Zenanov's Dipper, Tom and Neng as well. So
2 million? Some oranges, right? What do we do?
well, Telly reckons defend the Jack 9, not the 10-8. You got your notepad there, Corey. Keep writing this down.
I'll note it. Yep.
Yeah, keep writing this down. Yep.
Really?
5,000.
So what I want you to do is I want you to read what he writes and then do the opposite.
No battery.
First act.
So we march on four-handed
2
here.
million? 2 minutes? Yep.
Checks.
Thank you. Yep.
18.5 locked up for these guys, but still plenty more to play for.
Aiden makes a very good point. It's going to be a pretty close match. These four are all very accomplished players. It's not going to be easy for anybody. I'm just going to say, please don't do that, Sportelli. Thank you. I don't want any oranges being stolen. As Dipper opens the ace-8 suited. Tom with 10s though. Definitely. Oh wow, and Neng with ace-king. Could have another spot here. I reckon Tom is going to 3-bet and then face the 4-bet jam from Neng. Don't think we're going to see a call from the ace-king suited like what we saw earlier. I think this is just going to be a 4-bet jam.
Yeah, I mean, this one's just a pretty clear caller, I think.
Yeah, and depending on what size Tom makes it here against Dipper, I don't think he's going to be getting away from it either. He does have 30 big blinds himself. What size do you reckon you make it here, Corey? Somewhere in the vicinity of 900k, maybe 950?
Yeah, I'd be thinking around about the million chip mark, maybe just shy of.
Right, looks
Out
like
of position, so we want to size it up a little bit.
Looks like he's going even less than that. Looks like he's cut out 700k. Looks like 750. Basically a click.
Yes, I think this is maybe just a touch too small being out of position. But stacks are shorter, so we definitely can...
Oh no, it is
size
950. 950, so it is around what I initially said. He's going to get a count at the stack. 2.9 million total, so around 24 big blinds.
Yeah, Tom getting that 2 to 1.
You can see Tom's rails all of a sudden up on their feet. And recognise Yeeta's incredibly thin frame back there. Tom's going to get a count and think this one through. We have seen an ace folded, so there's one less out. Tom would need to fade. Bit of a 6 spot though. Does flick the call in. We're going to see a flip here. Very classic flip for all of this is the chip lead.
Yeah,
Whoever
this
wins
is a
this will
massive...
be the chip leader. If Tom wins this, he's going to have 7 mil. And you can see Cooper grabbing Tom from behind, hoping that he holds in this spot. Neng with ace-king against the 10s of Tom. For a lot of the chips in this top.
King at 6-9.
Not a good start for Tom. King in the window. Ace on the turn, just 2 outs for Tom. Won't get it, so Neng is going to take our chip lead here. And he's going to celebrate with his rail. Tom falling down to 7 big blinds, just 915k.
Yeah,
Just
that
like
was just
that.
all a four-handed. Nothing that can be done about that. Very brutal setup. Tom just unfortunate to find himself on the losing side of that flip. 7 big blinds. He's going to have to do some work to spin that up, especially four-handed. Those blinds are going to come around real quick. See if he's able to do it.
And Neng celebrates with his orange.
It's a snackle. 4-way.
Alright guys and girls, here in the Shark Tank.
Yeah. There's no way.
Table service will close at 10 o'clock. The one will close at 10:30.
You have to wonder if that becomes sour, aren't you going to request a different fruit?
Same with the rolls and the wraps. Can we get something to eat? Make it healthy, make it not healthy, whatever.
Mandarin equity should be illegal. Is it a mandarin? If it's a mandarin, all of my jokes are for absolutely nothing, and I'm going to be attacking myself.
Actually, careful. Open the sleeve.
Chris isn't a fan of the Rowdy Rail.
I'm not going to have 9 set.
You're a big blind.
Gotta say, once we get to the end of the week, these Sundays, these main event rails,
It's going to get a bit silly.
high energy.
They've been playing poker for 100 hours. They're going to be a bit all over the shop.
Excuse me.
Big blind.
Looks like we are getting a
Nine's
clarification.
on me as well. You're right. So you've like
25.
yeah, 9 plus, 8 plus.
Thank you.
I can't put 9 there. No else.
It's going to close at 10:30. Table service until 10 o'clock.
Thanks for helping.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It really is getting juicy now, ain't it?
How much is that? Has to end today. We must go home tonight with a whole bunch of money in our pockets.
It's not really a very appealing spot for Tom, unfortunately. Just 7 bigs.
Aiden, stop encouraging
My cameraman is pulling over.
2 folds.
Neng now with the Queen 7-0.
Please be careful as you walk around the room. We have got tables being
Does
passed
have the
out.
chip lead and he's looking to tango with the chip leader.
Wait, what you start hand with?
6 million. I don't know the estimate, but I think it's smashed to $1.8 million that we're hoping to do. So thank you, players.
No, you can't drop it.
Thank you,
Around 6
boys.
million, not exactly.
Worth a try.
50 bigs.
And is proud of Neng.
Yep. Just thinking.
Looks like Neng is going to put a raise out there. Maybe.
Tommy got
Looks
about
like he's not
9.
deciding.
Eventually.
Color coordinating his chips.
I wasn't folding pre.
Does decide on a fold.
Yeah, no, I'm not
Ready
gonna
get a
jam
walk.
to you anyway. You got 50 bigs.
Tight
Think of
folding
the
small
fold.
blind.
Yeah, probably just keep applying pressure, but Braid is the one person that could make your life a bit miserable if you lose a big pot to him, so...
Hey, I jammed on Peter.
Small blind, please. Yes.
Ray. First and second.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll take that, yeah. Right now.
See, Tom is at short stack, Dipper with 4.6,
That's
and
it, I'm gonna
Ray
knock
and
you
Neng
out
are
first.
neck and neck.
No offense. I'm just teasing.
The disrespect.
Disrespect in front of me.
In the tournament and later dinner.
Fuck.
I wouldn't count Thomas out. 600k to him is 6 million to me.
Yeah.
Tom with ace jack and 7 big blinds. Biscuits, middle. I think in they go any moment.
Yeah, certainly. Just the ace would have done.
Sometimes we've got to be lucky, right?
C2 all in.
Neng now. Double checking his cards. Does decide to fold.
8 folds.
It's going to fold around to
Anything.
Dipper, and I don't think Dipper's going to be doing anything with 10-6 suited. Tom's going to get this one through.
How much is it?
9.15.
I said, Dipper's not going to do anything with his 10-6 suited. Tom's going to get this one through.
We got it. It's in the bag.
Eventually.
Here, you
Right there.
One more time, real quick.
Yes, eventually. Dipper, had me worried there for a moment, my friend.
Had us sweating.
Yeah, so he does eventually dip out of the pot. Tom takes it down. Thanks for tuning in, guys. 258 people tuning in on Facebook right now. Huge numbers. Over 100 on Twitch as well. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to give APT Live a like on Facebook. Follow LCA Poker on Twitch.
Kenny，剩3手的时候要不要跟他们先？
Series has been pretty good overall, Maddie. Thanks for asking.
3都差不多。
APT does a fantastic job as always as Dipper rips in the 980, but Tom just has a mere 7-4 off, so decides to let it go.
转一转。
Unnecessary.
我知道。
Yeah, very good.
Thanks for the kind words, Flying High C17.
Yeah, I was speaking to my
Justin Reed, he's the best dealer in Australia. Whoa, that is pretty high praise for Princess. Can't say it's not warranted though, she does a fantastic job, always.
Princess certainly up there, if not just the outright best. An expert at what she does.
8 folds.
Really takes care of us on these feature tables.
Mandarin. We speak Mandarin, right? Remember?
Sorry, no more Chinese.
No.
Yeah, no more.
We already agreed. He's gonna sell the trophy to me.
I think this
Say.
is another
No,
spot
not
Tom
happening.
is just going to
Huh?
find himself ripping.
Did you say 2K earlier?
maybe
Sub 10 bigs, King 10, no blind, be blind, clear jam, in it goes.
3.5.
Neng now.
Onion.
Really?
Stop talking to your rail. You've got more important things to focus on.
If we get there.
There's been an all in. Come on. Orange, you got to look at your cards first. Looks like he is going to give it some thought. Does fold though. As Ray holds the lead, 6 million.
Blinds and ante, please.
Really shaking his tail feather at the top of the chip counts.
If it comes down to it.
That one's a bit more niche. John reckons that Tom wins this one easy. He's got a bit of climbing to do. The bottom of the chip counts at the moment, but definitely a crowd favourite.
Small blind.
The rail is getting rowdy.
Anything but easy, but too early to count him out. Now, talking about this orange that you won't let us forget, Jordan, I do remember another player on the circuit, a very familiar face in the streams as well, in the comment sections. Russell has been spotted occasionally with a pineapple.
Yes, I have heard about this.
Which does take up a bit more space. It is a bit more noticeable than the orange or the mandarin. So that kind of begs the question, which fruit is the nuts?
A lemon. I mean, really,
I hope to see you show up at the next series with a lemon, Jordan.
There are people who can relay lemon stories that I've got from previous games that I've played with them.
Option in you.
As we see, Nang does limp the Jack 3-0. Ray with King 10. I think he's going to raise this one up.
Seat 8 raise 360,000.
But he
360.
does 450k. It looks like. Oh, 360. Sorry.
5 fold.
Nice hand pump.
Quick fold from
Nice
Nang.
hand.
Ray going to keep adding to his chip stack. Really pushing all the right keys at the moment. Ray is.
That's true. Can't be tilt. I never want tilt. That's it. If you can be easy tilt, you shouldn't be sitting here with me.
Well, I was going to say the same thing, Apocalypse, but he specified fruit. So can't really say macadamias or something. That's a bit past kind of. It's a bit outside of specificity of
Small
fruit.
blind.
1.2. Block.
Flying High reckons blueberries.
Yeah, I don't know. Blueberries are a bit. If you're not playing with a whole watermelon on the table, Pollock, can you really call yourself? My goodness. If I see somebody walk up to a poker table and use a watermelon as a card protector, I'm calling the cops.
Seat 5 raise
Gotta
200.
say, if the goal is to get noticed, watermelon probably is the nut fruit.
Yeah, Nang with the King 3 suited going to open it up.
Folds, everyone folds.
As it looks like these guys are going to head off for a break here.
It's a 10 big strat.
So as these guys go for a break, we will go for a break as well.
Open fold,
Entirely sure on the exact duration, but we will continue the coverage relatively soon. Jump up, stretch your legs.
Get the coaching down,
Grab
alright?
yourself something
Get the
to drink.
coaching down.
It is Sunday, celebrate it. Last day of the weekend. And we'll see you back relatively soon.
Talk to you soon, guys.
guys, welcome back. Hope you had a good break. We are going to continue battling on four-handed here. These guys are definitely keeping the action intense. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you all had a good break, good stretch.
And 160.
Good
job. Taylor, when you're ready, make shuffle up and deal. Best luck.
See that there's a lot of comments that we might have missed before. Why wasn't the orange used in a Seinfeld episode as a gift? I don't know, Colin. I wasn't a big Seinfeld guy. Aiden reckons he handed out racks of Oreos in Brisbane once. Somebody had a Teddy KGB shirt
what
on.
are these?
500k.
So that's like a row of...
It was a fruity pun. Why do oranges wear sunscreen? Because they peel. Gina, that is horrific. That is almost as bad as something I would say.
81.
As we see Neng here with the ace-9 suited, looks like he is going to probably open this one up.
5 raise, 320,000.
My goodness.
Just putting it out there, Jordan, that's nowhere near as bad as the stuff that you come out with. But it's pretty shocking nonetheless.
Sometimes you just have to let your intrusive thoughts run wild. So we see Tom with the ace-10-0.
Wow, whole lot of big hands here. Tom might get away from this with an open and a 3-bet in front of him. Question is how likely he thinks Ray is to be messing around here. If he thinks it's pretty likely, then he's actually going to be dominating Ray a bunch of the time. But if Ray's got a value hand, then Tom's not going to be in good shape.
The blinds have gone up though, so he does have less than 6 bigs. I mean, if Ray is being as active as the chip leader as Tom may expect him to be, then this might just be a hand he wants to run. As you can see, it wouldn't be a very good time for it though. There is an ace dead and Ray has queens, so looks like he doesn't like it at all.
We'd be getting about 2-to-1 odds.
You cover him.
He's going to really think this through. Just come back from his break and has already been thrown into the blender.
And Tom with a pretty difficult spot here. Sure if he... A friend of mine has done a lot of training. I'm sure if he'd spent some time with Liam, he would have known his Nash charts by now, but unfortunately he's still thinking this one through.
All in. 2 re-raise all in.
Looks like he will put it in.
Put it in.
5 fold.
And
Yeah, I
fold,
can't blame
and
him.
Ray is never folding.
That's good. Wait,
I've got
Queens
I've got
has
ace-9
ace-10.
clubs.
How's that good?
I've got ace-9.
Ray's supposed to show up here with quite a lot of 3-bet bluffs. He's going to be crushing all of those.
Versus Ray, pocket queen.
See here, one of the aces already folded. Tom's going to have to find one of the other two if he's going to stay alive here.
He's in pretty rough shape. And top set.
Basically going to seal the
There are 2
deal.
cards out there though.
Give it a 6.
A lot of good turn cards. That is not one of them, however. We are going to lose Tom Amir in 4th position, taking home $18,500 for his efforts. And just like that, guys, we are down to our final 3. Chris Xenanos, Neng Xiao, and Ray Wang are going to be your final 3 players in the main event here at the Australian Poker Tour Series at Southport Sharks. And for those of you who are tuning in on Twitch, we're going to give this a go.
My hand doesn't have unless I catch like what, clop.
We're going to try and get a poll running.
I'm not getting paid set, so yeah.
Right, we have
See who is going to be the winner here.
That's beautiful. Going very thin.
Unfortunately, one of those people aren't going to be able to be the pick, as Tom has already busted, so you've got your choice of Nang, Chris, or Ray to win this one. And from what I understand, Neng is off the back of a bit of a heater, winning 11,000 in the bankroll builder and 7k in the big bounty for the win at the APT series in Sydney. And he also came second in the poker shop for 3,860 as well. So he's definitely on a bit of a crazy run at the moment. Ray also on a crazy run. We mentioned that he took down a tournament just yesterday. And we all know about Dipper's successes. He took down the Cyclone at the APT series at Southport Sharks just last year. And he has a number of other huge events that he has resulted in. came second in the main event the year that Sam Adams went and took down the Goliath and the main, so he's been here and done it as well. A lot of these guys have quite a lot of experience under their belt. It's going to be crazy to see how it all goes.
Folds. 9 folds.
Yeah, what an epic three-handed battle we've got ahead of us.
Can I see it's one stack of
by the look of things, it's relatively close. I mean,
81,
shorter
60,
stack
160.
Dipper Chris Zenenos almost has 30 big blinds. Ray way up in the lead with almost 50.
Maybe 4.
What's that?
2, 2.5, 3.
Yeah.
7. About 4 mil.
4 mil.
You?
Big blind.
About 650. 6.5 mil.
Small blind. 80.
Thank you all for tuning in, guys. Hope you're all having a fantastic evening, enjoying the coverage as always. Let us know who you're cheering for. We've got a poll running on Twitch. Type in the Facebook chat as well. Let us know who you want to go for. Stavros cheering on Chris. Yeah, Dipper is definitely a crowd favourite up here in Brisbane. So is Ray, though. Both of these guys are going to have very rowdy rails cheering them on.
We may see things start to calm down now that Tom's eliminated from the tournament. We saw his rail very active, very excited.
425.
Of course, plenty of support for our 3 remaining players.
As we see Dipper here with Deuce is going to open it up to 425k. Pretty large open. Decides against the min raise and decides to open 2.5x. I think it's going to get all the way done. Swartelli cheering on Zenenos, or Zenonos, sorry. Look at me getting his surname incorrect. I'm just going to call him Dipper so I can't get it wrong.
Dipper,
That sounds great. George Falingos in the Twitch chat reckons that Dipper has this as well. Makes himself back up to the 30 big blind mark.
I was actually going to do what you did before.
This really is anyone's game at this point. The difference between our shortest and biggest stack is, what, 20 bigs?
That's
105 and a 6.
Not a huge gap to make up.
Could all change in one hand. And the poll on Twitch looks like, reckons that Neng is going to be the winner of this one. So I have to see how it all plays out here. 57,750 up top in this one.
5 folds.
And gonna let go the King 4 offsuit. Ray with the King 10-0, definitely gonna be raising this one.
Very nice hand, three-handed. 10-9 suited, very pretty as well.
And as George has made a point in the Twitch chat, this could be a good omen for Dipper rolling into Vegas as he flies to play the WPT Tournament of Champions. As we see, Ray does open from the small with the King 10 offsuit. Dipper with 10-9 suited, definitely going to be seeing a flop with this hand, and he does.
Heads up.
Aaron reckons that George needs to get back to bowling. That's not very nice, mate. Come on now. Just because he's better than you at poker. As we see a Queen 9 twos flop. Interesting one for both these guys. Gutter for Ray, middle pair for Chris. And with Lisi a turn here.
8 bets, 400,000.
As Ray comes out firing. At a 400,000, roughly 1/3.
9 raise, 1,200,000.
Pair,
1.2
Dipper
million.
not going anywhere. In fact, he's going to increase the price. He's going to put in the raise with his second pair.
Power poker by Mr. Zenonos. Dipper putting Ray to the test here. Middle pair. Ray with the gutter. You can see there are crowds all over the place. There's final table action everywhere, and Dipper's going to take this one down. Up to 5.5 million now.
Yeah, and look at that. Everything basically evened up. A million chips the difference between Ray and Dipper. Biggest and shortest stack represents about 6 big blinds. Yeah,
Will Wong, the second place finisher. Will Wong, the second place finisher in the Players Championships, reckons that Dipper's going to get banned if he wins. Come on now. As if we would ever let him go elsewhere. Yeah, I think I'm just going to stick to saying Dipper. I think it's... I'm just horrific at pronunciations of surnames, so I think Dipper is much easier. The Queen 10 offsuit. I think this is another hand he's going to want to get active with.
9 call option.
Decides to do that in the form of a limp, though. Neng with the ace-4.
Could get bumped up.
Really praying to that orange. Looks like instead of oranges, he's going to reach into his bag of tricks and find a raise here.
455,000.
Just bumped it up.
It's like
And like queen 10 though.
455k.
455.
To clarification from Taylor on the amount,
Nine calls.
does put in the call.
Heads up.
1.1 million in the pot.
Spot getting nice and juicy. Going to a flop here.
And that doesn't
Nine
hit
check.
either guy. Neng the only one with a diamond. Dipper with just queen high.
Gut shot 2 for Neng.
Five bets, 225,000.
Neng looks like he's going to take a big deep breath and fire out a continuation bet here.
9 calls.
Wow, Chris is going to come along.
Dipper's going to float. Ace on the turn does give Neng the best hand.
9 check.
Dipper with a check. Neng with almost the check mark. 93% chance to take this hand down. He has been pretty aggressive when it comes to barreling. As you see those big chips coming into play, I think those are 500,000 each. The discs just to the right of his 100Ks. Are they 500k or 250k, Corey? I can't exactly remember.
I believe they are 500, but I'm not certain.
Definitely quite a lot of firepower in those discs. And it looks like
5
Neng
bets,
is going to
650,000.
continue here. 650k.
It's a very brave bet with 3 diamonds on board.
Dipper is really a non-believer.
The problem is he's just got queen high, no diamond. It's a naked gut shot, and there's 3 diamonds on board.
Yeah, this is a pretty scary prospect for the Queen 10 offsuit.
Nine folds.
Looks like he does fold. Neng's going to take this one down.
Had it.
You reckon you had me?
Hit the
Big
flop,
one,
hit
Nancy.
the turn.
Really?
Hit the flop, hit the
As it
turn.
looks like the support for Chris is starting to rally in the Facebook comments.
Look on your phone.
20 minutes.
Ado confirming the big chips are
one for 80,000.
500Ks. Thanks for that, Ado.
New poll in the Twitch chat, guys. What time
folks.
will our next main event champion be crowned? Do you reckon it's going to be within the next 45 minutes? Or do you reckon it's going to be until after midnight? There's quite a lot of play still in this one at the moment. I reckon it's probably going to go until Monday. What do you reckon, Corey?
Yeah, look, I think we've probably got another hour and a half left of this. Maybe slightly
5
less.
bets, 480,000.
Apocalypse tuning in from
480?
Manchester. It
480.
is almost 11 p.m. Queensland time. It's 10:42 p.m. Thank you for the kind words, Killer Queen. Looks like Neng is going to continue the aggression, raising the King Jack off. Offsuit combos coming in here, and looks like Ray wants to call with the Jack 8. He is dominated.
8 calls.
I have to see how this pans out now. 800k in the middle. Sorry, 1.1 in the
Heads
middle.
up.
As the chips have started to get increasingly larger with bet sizes. And that misses both of them.
This flop not going to bear any fruit for Neng, but he is out in front with the king high.
Colour him surprised.
Five check.
He's going to check it back.
Maybe maybe he's going to see if he can freshly squeeze any value out from
8 bets,
a
350.
worse king, maybe.
He's given it some thought. Oh, he has checked it over. Over to Ray now.
5 calls.
Thank you for the kind words, Killer Queen. Thanks for joining us.
Really does float one with king high. Turn card now. Four now, so gutter for Ray. Looks like he may continue the aggression. It is a much better
900,000. 5 folds.
for the big blind defender than it is the pre-flop raiser, and it looks like he's going to get the job done.
Yeah, Ray going to steal that one away.
It looks like Dipper's stretching his legs in the background. This isn't heads up yet, guys, don't worry.
Big blind dip.
Big blind.
And ante.
So it's a bit of a mixed bag. People think that it's going to finish within the hour or it could go until Monday, but 50-50 on the poll there.
5 folds.
Apocalypse in the Twitch chat letting us know that a jack would have been the perfect river.
My goodness.
9 check.
Dipper deciding to check the jack 7 off suit.
You started this.
Hey,
I
I will finish it, alright? As we see the the king deuce 4 board. Chris is in the lead with jack high at the moment. A punctual piece of fruit is a clockwork orange. My goodness, Stanley Kubrick's rolling in his grave. As it looks like Dipper is going to just stab at this one.
8 folds.
Does take it down.
Thank you. 3 left now. Second. Feeling amazing. Can't put this one down.
Big blind.
So you can see that Ray has started to open it up a little bit here. 7.2 million.
Alright, bro. Bye.
Lines are 81.60.
Okay, bye.
Puns are great, aren't they, Corey? They're almost as good as dad jokes. You know when a joke becomes a dad joke?
Tell me.
When the punchline becomes apparent.
8 folds.
As we see, Ray does fold the butt over to Chris in the small blind. King 6 offsuit and a matching hand for Nang.
9 call. Option.
Looks like Dipper is just going to... Did it take you that long to get that? My goodness.
No, I'm just asking if you're telling me that these hands are a pair.
Oh, that's terrible. Much like the end of Fight Club, I am seeing double here.
5 raise.
As Nang looks like going to see if a raise is going to be fruitful, and it is. Dipper does just fold straight away. So we can see that Dipper back down to 30 big blinds.
Big blind ante.
Still pretty close, all things considered. Not a massive gap even between the smallest and largest stacks on the table.
We can see the crowd is still hovering. Final tables happening all over the place at the moment. It's the last day of the Australian Poker Tour's visit to the Southport Sharks for their Gold Coast series. Dipper now.
Jordan, have you seen Gina's latest joke?
Yeah.
9 folds.
I've seen it. It's a classic. Gina, congratulations on the result, but
5 folds.
I have a hand.
as far as jokes go, you may need to get back into the lab.
Ace 4
It's,
suited.
5 off.
rubbing 2 oranges together will get you a pulp friction. That is terrible. My goodness.
I thought these jokes had already maxed out, but that one was the cherry on top, Jordan.
Yeah.
Small blind, thanks, Ray. Small blind.
Yeah.
Yeah, we started telling jokes, and in the Twitch chat, Gene has just become totally Django Unchained. As we see Neng here, considering an open from the button, Ace-9 offsuit, definitely a hand he could get amongst it with. He's going to keep announcing his sizings.
330,000.
Both very strong hands here, three-handed. Even this King 10 is a pretty reasonable hand to pick up in this format. Depending on how Ray plays this though, this King 10 might not see a flop.
Looks like Ray is weighing the options up. King, Queen
8
off.
raise. Re-raise, 900,000.
Very nice 3-bet. Looks like he's going to... Is that a 3-bet? Yes, it is a disc at the bottom of that one, so it's a 3-bet to 900k.
Bit of a small 3-bet
Blindfold.
considering that Ray is going to be out of position for this hand. Less than 3x.
Colin asking about the next series. I will have that information for you at the conclusion of this hand. Don't want to interrupt the action. Neng is weighing up his options with the Ace-9 offsuit. Does it actually decide on a call?
Heads up.
To be honest, neither option was very appealing for him here, but he has gone with the call option. 2.1 million in the middle.
Yeah, he's getting a great price and he's in position and he's flopped the top pair here. Top kicker as well. 3 diamonds on board aren't going to be thrilling for Neng though. Ray not going to be enjoying this flop at all.
No,
Completely
right.
color.
That is one of the worst flops you can see with King Queen no diamond in your hand. As you can see, given the fact that Dipper did fold a king pre-flop, only 5 outs top of screen, he does check it over to Neng.
Neng could just shut this down now with a bet if he decides to fire at this.
5 check.
Decides on a check back. That looks like paint. Is it paint or am I seeing things? I'm seeing things. 6 on the turn.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Hey, looking down at his chip stack. Looks like he's going to try and find a bet here. Looks like he bets 1/3.
8 bets, 900,000.
Oh no, even bigger. Half pot.
Yeah, that's pretty chunky.
That's
really
a
going for
big
this
bet.
here.
I don't think it's going
I
to
don't
work.
think one bet going to be getting Neng off top.
Definitely not. Does bet 900k. A quick call here from Neng.
5 calls.
Wherever we go, 3.9 million in the pot.
Heads up.
Biggest pot of the final table so far. Another diamond on the river. No diamond for either player. Ray has to be worried about that though.
Is Ray going to find the bluff on the river here?
I mean, it would probably work, but it's a very scary prospect. The SPR is less than 1. If he pulls the trigger, it would work, but it's going to be scary. He does check. And I don't think Neng really needs to bluff his hand. He does just check back, and Neng's going to take the chip lead. 7.7 million now for Neng.
And just like that, one nice pot, and the chip lead is going to switch hands. Dipper's still rounding out the bottom of that leaderboard, but not by a great margin. 20 big blinds is the difference.
160, 160. Big blind.
To answer your question, Colin, there was a question regarding when the next series is going to be, and I have that information for you right here. So the next time we're going to be in Queensland is going to be from the 30th of July to the 6th of August, back at Eaton's Hill for the APT Eaton's Hill series. And then the next time we are going to be down in Sydney will be for the biggest series of the year, the National Poker Championships, to the 22nd to the 29th of October, where day 2 of the Vault will be occurring, which is going to have $150,000 guaranteed to the winner. Definitely 2 things you need to make sure you have in your calendar. So I'll say those dates for you once again: the 30th of July to the 6th of August for Eaton's Hill, and the 22nd of October to the 29th of October for the Sydney National Poker Championships. Shout out to Nuno running deep in the Beast tournament. As we see Ray here opening from the button with the A6 suited, Neng deciding on what to do with 9-6 offsuit.
They're giving this some thought. Against some in-raise, might like to defend this, but Ray has sized it up a little bit. He's going to get it through. Ray did have him dominated there.
Ray, do you want to do RCM? Do you guys want to do RCM first? Do you want to have a chat first? Step out?
No, how much is the ICM? It depends on how much it is.
Can we get RCM? Yep. Yep.
It's 100.
Top of
112,000. So.
No, let him work it out. He knows what to do.
Which animal is the
Can I go
biggest
to the bathroom while you do?
poker?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Any ideas, Jordan?
Take your time.
I'm not sure, but we will get to find out from Gina in a moment. I'm sure she's going to let us know, as I'm going to let you know that there is going to be a quick discussion here. I believe there's going to be a conversation of a deal between these 3 players. So give us 1 moment, guys. We're going to let these guys have a bit of a conversation, and then we're going to come back and let you know whether or not a deal has been made and what that means continuing this 3-handed battle. So just give us a few moments. These guys are going to have a conversation, and then we'll be back shortly.
Thanks, brother.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gents. We are continuing three-handed, and we have some news regarding the conversation that happened off the felt. A deal has been made, so Nang Xiao will lock down $40,660. Ray's taking home $38,000.
9 rays, 500.
Dipper or Chris Zanonos will take $34,960. And there is going to be a little bit left over, $6,130, and the players are going to be battling out for that, as well as a $1,250 ticket to the Vault tournament. So there is still quite a lot to play for in this one, roughly 10 buy-ins still to play for, and these guys are definitely going to be battling this one out.
Yeah, these guys are not going to be letting up the pressure anytime soon. They're going to want that trophy. They're going to want that extra $6,000. They're going to want their face on a banner right up there on the roof next to the gorgeous Jordan Bromley. Thanks everyone for joining in. Going to play this down to a winner.
As we see, Dipper is going to start it off with a raise with the King 10 offsuit, 500k. Looks like Ray has called. And we can't quite see the flop yet, but it looks like there is some paint there. I'm sure we'll see that in just a moment. Let us know who you're cheering for. As the Jack 6 board.
6 checks, 9 bets,
and it looks like
500,000.
we are going to see a bet from Dipper and a call from Ray. But a 500k and a call, so 2.2 million in the middle now. The 8 of diamonds doesn't change anything. Ray's still ahead with ace high. He's going to check it over. Dipper now. Giving it a bit of thought, does check back. River card. That looks like paint. That is a king. Dipper takes the lead.
Dipper might have thought he was already good with king higher, but he'll be very confident now that he's rivered this top pair. It'll be tough to navigate here for Ray.
6 checks.
Ray's going to check it.
9 bets, 1
Depending on the
million.
sizing Chris chooses here, this could end up being a pretty difficult spot for Ray. Looks like he's going to find a fold.
No flush.
Not entirely sure. Looks like Dipper bet a million chips. Yeah, Ray's not going to be able to call that, so Dipper's going to pick up a nice pot there. And just like that, I think Ray may be the short stack.
I'll let you have it.
Yes, he is. Ray with 4.7 million, Dipper with 5.7. Nang still in the lead with 7.3. Ray sub 30 big blinds now.
Yeah, well
broken-hearted man. Yeah, king queen, right? Yeah? I got bluffed, didn't I?
Maybe.
Probably not. I don't beat ace high, so.
4 folds.
Now that we're battling three-handed, guys, there's a poll running in the Twitch chat. Who do you think is going to take this one down?
Check. Heads up.
Very curious to see your thoughts. As we see Ray here with pocket jacks, going to open from the small blind. Oh, sorry, find a limp from the small blind. Dipper with the 9-3 suited, not going to be able to do anything, as we see top set here for Ray. A very, very disguised top set.
Sets the trap with the Sexy Boys pre, and he's going to sneak in here, and he's going to find the nuts on the flop. Dipper, fortunately for him, has completely whiffed.
9 folds.
Shouldn't be able to get himself into too much trouble here.
Yeah, Ray's going to be a little bit disappointed by that, but still, he'll take
Lines
any
are up.
chips
1,
he can
2,
right
2.
now.
Copy, Brennan. Beautiful. 2, 2.
As I think a blind increase is just around the corner. I think we're going to be going up to 100,000, 200,000. Also just going to make a quick shout out. We have a player still in the beast who is pulling a ridiculous effort at the moment, going for trophy number 7. Jonathan Levy going for his 7th APT trophy. Still in the beast with just 6 left. Best of luck to him.
A 7th trophy?
A 7th lifetime APT trophy.
4.5.
So we can
I've
see
not
Chris
got-
here.
About
I've
5.
not got 7 trophies full stop, and he's just got 7. He's going for 7 at the APT. Yikes!
575.
What an animal!
4 raise, 575,000.
As it looks
Nine
like
folds.
Dipper is going to limp from the small blind with the 9-6 suited, and Nang is going to find a raise. No defense though. The Dipper just going to fold, and Nang going to take this one down.
And we see, just as you said, Jordan, blinds ticking up to 100, 200. Nang, the current chip leader, but he's playing less than 40 bigs.
For 10 minutes so I can get
This
Uber.
could be one of the reasons that these guys decided that they would go and talk about those numbers and look at that deal.
Small blind set.
Playing for a jump of over $30,000 between third and first place money.
9 folds.
And with those blinds increasing, the stacks starting to get a little bit short. Cards are going to have a little bit more to say about who
Four
ends up
calls,
taking
bubble.
this one down
6 checks.
once
Heads
the
up.
once the stacks start getting sub 30 big blinds.
Sean, you got a charger?
Looks like Nang is going to
Charger.
limp the pocket 9s. We're going to see a check from Ray.
Oh,
Ace King 7 board, much
can
better
get
for the
all our stuff.
pre-flop limper. Looks like Nang is going to give it some thought. Does check.
4 check. Six bets, 200,000.
Ray going to take a stab. One
Four
big
calls.
blind.
Heads up.
Gonna get a call though. Nang the only one with a spade.
4 check.
Also the only one with a pair.
Yeah.
6 checks.
3 is a total. I mean, it was a total brick on the turn, but it actually gives Ray a pair, so he may feel like he can just show this down now. Nang asked for the pot to be spread. At this point, you kind of want to be keeping track of how much is in the middle. Looks like he's trying to figure out whether or not he can get value from a 7 here. It'd be pretty adventurous. Looks like he's going to give it a
4
go.
bets, 375.
Betting 400k roughly. 375. Looks like Ray is going to cycle this. Yep, and he's going to see the bad news. He just got pretty owned for value there.
Yeah,
Pair
Nang
of
went
nines is
really
going to take him
thin.
down.
Really thin for value there, and he managed to get the
Sneaky
hero call out of
limpy,
Ray. Exactly
Just
what
like
Nang was
that.
after.
Just like that, Ray with 20 big blinds. He is
Yeah,
our
we do
table
that.
short stack.
Good luck for the remainder of your tournament, guys.
Nang starting to put a bit of a gap between himself and the field.
As we see a dealer change, Princess back in the boss chair.
$100, $200,
Now, Jordan, I've heard just recently, Nang actually had a pretty good run at the recent APT in Sydney. He took down the bankroll builder, took down the big bounty, and found a second place in the poker shop event.
Pretty good series for him.
We're talking over 20k in cashes for the series. Nang very much on a heater, and he's brought that momentum into the final table here, and he's found himself with the chip lead.
I think he's going to continue the aggression here. Probably going to open the King 5 suited.
C4 raise 450,000, 450. 6
He's going to raise it up to 450. Dipper with clubs as
Nine
well.
calls.
Going to defend. Now Ray really wants to see some carnage here. Doesn't look like his wish is going to be granted. Top pair for Nang.
Just the one club on board. Dipper almost drawing dead here.
4 bets, 200.
He's going to step for 200k. Dipper has floated a few times. May feel like Queen High with a backdoor flush draw is good enough. Decides on that. Let's put in the call.
There's only a better one big blind. A loose float, but pretty cheap.
Another 9.
On the turn.
Check mark now for Neng.
Now, Dipper was going to float a hand like this. This 9 of diamonds is a turn that he should probably consider leading, but he does just quickly check it back over. Just on the river. Don't know that Dipper called flop to just check it down. Neng may be able to induce a bluff here. Looks like mission successful. This is going to be a very quick call from Neng.
Queen High is not going to be good.
Running hot.
Neng now with 10 million chips.
He's got both his opponents on the ropes.
He's running hot.
Still far from over.
He hasn't hit yet. He hasn't missed yet, has
But
he?
chips could start flying at any given moment. Make sure that your seatbelts are firmly buckled, ladies and gents.
Can't lose. I hit it yet.
Yeah.
100, 200, please.
We're just blasting off chips from me. Alright. Oh, time to channel. Where's Sean Roy? Don't touch me.
First off. Call. Seat 6 calls.
Alright, you're going to limp the 9 and 8.
9 calls.
Interesting button limp here. I think I prefer to just see him raise this up and try and take it down. There's 500,000 chips in the middle before the cards get dealt. You've got to be fighting for those.
Nine checks, 4 checks.
7 on the flop for Neng. He's currently out in front.
Seat 6,
Yeah,
that's
there.
250, 250, 9 fold. Four folds. Hands up. First off. 4 checks.
Wow, Jordan, look at this turn card. Jack of spades on the turn. Ray tried to steal this away on the flop and was unsuccessful, but he's found himself with a straight flush draw on the turn now. He's going to fire the second barrel, and this is reasonably likely to get through. He's sizing up. That looks like over $1 million.
Seat 6 bets 1.5.
Then with just the second pair,
Bro, what you got
the
behind?
board that's getting really problematic.
Looks like an overbid on the turn. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. That's the big chip at the bottom.
Yeah, 1.5.
So now you change to your linking strategy.
It's important to note that this pot was 3 ways on the flop. So Ray's range is going to be stronger than it typically would be had this pot played heads up so far. You see, he took a very light stab on the flop, which you wouldn't expect him to be doing all that often. So you have a 3 to a straight flush kind of hand.
He's going to get the job done. Has Dipper
No,
now.
you find
He's
out
our short
when,
stack, 3.4 million.
Tomorrow. You find out tomorrow. 15 minutes I'll get it. It's still,
That
you
makes
get
a
it in
good
15
point. It
minutes
is a good
left.
Find
turn
out
to
when he
lead.
wins.
That middling card typically is very good for big blind defense. He's floating
When he
queen
wins,
high. I would
he's
recommend
not-
probably trying to go
Yeah.
after when you turn trips, but
Small
the plan that Dipper had in mind did decide on a river bet.
Very big blind.
Bend the ring.
One more, please. 200.
Oh, sorry. I just give you peace. I thought I was small.
Nine raise, 500,000. Four fold.
Bigs reckon that Ray is going to take this down. Peter's asking how we see the final table of the main event. I reckon you'll be able to go back through the stream and you'll be able to watch the entire thing.
Respect.
As we see, Dipper is going to get the raise through the Jack 10 offsuit.
So you should.
This is the culture, you know?
Yeah, that's it. Same culture.
Yep. Oh, I just said garbage hand.
Perfect size guy. Got a small hand, so it's perfect. That's after the wing.
Big thank you for joining us and thank you for the kind words. Great to have you here hanging out with us in the chat.
Seat 4 raise, 450.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. Down to the final three here in the APT main event for anyone who's just tuned in recently.
I think it's aces.
Looks like it.
As always, guys, don't forget to give LCA Poker a follow on Twitch, APT Live a follow on Facebook, as it looks like we're probably going to see an all-in here from Dipper, and that's what happens. All-in call, ace nine, king, queen.
Wow, look at this.
Go in front.
Muchos!
Players going to be cheering.
Come on.
All
right, hold.
Dipper is our
Eyes
short
straight
stack,
in the window, princess.
Good luck.
but if Nang manages to hold here, he will have a gigantic advantage heads up. Oh, sorry, if Nang gets here, gets there, sorry. You see a 9 for Dipper, in the lead for now, still 6 outs for Nang.
Turn card is the king.
Oh, that is wow on the turn, king. Dipper in trouble, and the deuce is not going to help him. We are going to lose Dipper in third position here. Just like that, we are down heads up. Dipper is going to take home $34,960. Ignore that number on the screen. There was a deal made. And just like that, guys, we are down to heads up between Neng Xiao and Ray Wang.
Nice catch. King on the turn. Snap ball.
Big congrats to Dipper on a podium finish and for locking up a very healthy sum in that ICM deal.
Just like that, there were two.
You want to have a chat? About what? For the trophy. How much? 5K? 5K? 1.5.
Sorry?
No. Well, give me a con offer. I want the
And with
mini
a
main. If I
huge
win this,
chip
it's first
advantage
in
here.
the mini main and first in the main. Like it's like
make
a
me a-
historic
make me
It's
moment.
definitely going to be a bit of a mountain for Ray to climb, but every single heads up we've covered so
I
far
want,
this
I want
week,
to play for it. Fuck it.
the underdog has come
Yeah,
back
let's
and
just play
won.
for it.
So
Alright guys, big blind.
anything can
Unless
happen.
unless you want to do 5K. 5K too much. I'll have 2-2-1 chip lead, bro. 3-2-1.
Alright.
3-2-1 chip lead, bro. Take,
All good, bro.
take 3K.
All good, bro.
Best money you ever
Should I
made.
take 3K?
Quickest one.
Alright guys, 200 and 100.
Alright.
Wait, before we start, can I have a count of
Glory. For glory.
Can I have a count?
Yeah.
Sportelli,
I'll give you my
gonna head
count.
to bed.
I'll give you my count.
Let it be on the
Thanks for
record.
joining us,
Stay known
Sportelli.
to
It's always
treat me
good
for the
fun.
trophy.
Wait, we're just doing a count first.
Yeah.
Yes, you need to put
Have a good rest. We'll see you at the next one.
I thought you wanted to count my chips. Yeah, we count it. We count it. but we
Jason and
have to
Arn,
put the chips
thank
in
you. Appreciate it. Very excited.
You're a small blind.
What do you have?
Sorry?
You're a small
Good night,
Forward
Sportelli.
Can you put
Hope you have a
Hope you
good
keep
sleep.
up.
Big day of work tomorrow.
I'll give you a
doubt.
total count as well, so it's easier. I'll make it easier for you as well.
Sportelli, don't you know, I'm going to be the best at it.
Sportel, you're gonna get us in trouble, mate. Oh dear. Good night, Sportel. Have a good sleep.
4.2.
As we continue the action here,
4.2 million.
Grandpa's going to bed, but we're going to keep going until there is a winner. As this heads up kicks off, Ray does just have 21 big blinds.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot to get 20 bigs in heads up, so make sure you guys don't blink. Mix is suspicious of that orange, because we need to check it for a spy cam.
See, Ray is going to start with a limp. This is something that we saw Jared was doing quite a lot of last night in the Players' Championships final table heads-up battle. It did eventually lead to him winning. I wonder whether or not that's going to be the same for Ray, as it looks like Neng has decided to stack his chips in 10s.
Cards, please.
Wanting to cover as much of the tape. Yeah, I am actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty tilted as well, to be honest.
The only person that I've ever seen do that, luckily, is about to go to bed, so he's not going to have to keep berating him. Similar to putting a gigantic piece of fruit as a card protector, if you stack your chips in 10s.
Try, you know?
Let's go.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm not worried at all. I can't lose from here. What am I? Small blind?
Four fold.
No, I'm fighting for the glory.
For the break when I'm 3-2-1 chip late, he said no.
Big blind, please.
As
we have to try and, you know, for the glory.
He's shifting the way he's sitting.
Trying hard.
Looks like he's trying to be as far away from his chips as physically possible. Boots on, uh-oh, serious mode, uh-oh, headphones, uh-oh.
600k.
Oh no, he decides against the headphones, alright. 9-7 for Ray, looks like he is going to find a 3x raise here. Really don't think I would recommend that heads up, especially at this shallow of a stack depth. Definitely think a limping strategy is going to be the way to go. Not to be though. As Jess looks barely awake in the background. Ray does take the lead. Pair of 9s.
Jess must be on the back end of a very long week. She's been very busy. Flat out this week. Keeping us informed of all the exciting news going on at the Australian Poker Tour. So we're there till the end. Last night for our grind final table. Played early into the morning. Talk about the players getting fatigued by the end of the week, but you gotta know the staff are feeling it just as hard, if not harder. These guys put on an awesome show, and for a lot of them, once we finish up today, it's still not done. Everything in here's got to get packed up and ready to ship out tomorrow. They're very thankful for the hard work that all the staff here at the Australian Poker Tour put in.
Seats for race 525, 6 folds. Lines, please.
How much?
100.
We did have our poll on Twitch shortly ago, but guys in the Facebook chat, let us know how long you guys think this has got left.
Ray gonna limp the 7-5 off. Nang with the 8-4. Not really any exciting hands happening so far in this heads up. Off to a flop we go. Nang looks like he's about to fall asleep.
Probably is. It's been a long week, Jordan.
Jambo reckons Nang is drawing dead in this heads up after saying he can't lose with a 3-1 chip lead. Marco yesterday had a 7-1 chip lead and still lost, so anything can happen heads up. Neither of these players connecting with this board though. Nang the only one with a club.
C3 bets 225.
Decides to
Short.
lead on the Ace-King 9 board after checking back pre.
Well, fortunately for him, he's not up against a real hand, so he's going to get it through. Just over 20 bigs for Ray.
First off. Three checks, 3 calls. 6 checks.
It looks like we're probably going to have a similar heads-up battle tonight that we did yesterday. Mind you, it was a very slow one. Lots of limping so far.
Not quite as deep as we were yesterday, I think.
Ray looking like he really doesn't want our facial recognitions to be calibrating.
Ray gonna make the call with the queen high here. Some backdoors to go along with it.
6 checks.
Nang is in the lead with king high currently.
Three bets 450 and 6 calls. Correct.
Looks like Nang is going to take that one down with the continuation of 450k. Ray under 20 big blinds.
Wait, you got 3 stacks of blues? 3 stacks?
Where? Yeah, 3 stacks, yeah.
Six calls.
Ray is gonna limp here with the 7-2 suited. Worst hand in poker, but with the same suit. Of course, with that full big blind ante persisting into heads up, let's make it acceptable to play hands even as bad as this.
We're not allowed to call the clock as a commentator, are we?
I don't think so, but I might campaign for us to get that changed.
C4 bets 225. 225.
Now I'm going to continue the strategy of checking back and then leading flops. Does flop a pair, but Ray does have a flush draw.
6 calls.
Looks like Ray's going to continue with the call. Nothing changes on the turn. Nang's still in the lead with a pair of 8s.
Ray's still only winning this with a heart.
Nang checks it over. Ray going to check it back. Nang going to get improved to 2 pair. Wouldn't be surprised to see him bet somewhere in the vicinity of 600k here. Half pot, trying to get a call. From a... Wait, what? It's 1 big blind. I guess he's trying to induce a raise. Not gonna work.
200.
Fortunately for Ray, he has nothing at all after those hearts bricked out.
I think there should be a blanket rule on having your feet up, playing heads up on a stream table. Or at least the blanket rule should include a blanket, so we don't need to look at it.
I was going to say, by blanket rule, do you mean they have to wear one?
6 checks.
Glad we're on the same page here, Jordan.
First off, 6 checks.
He does limp 9s.
Seeing the trap here.
6 checks. C3 bets 200,000.
Right. Gonna find the jack on the flop. Bit of a dirty suck out. Six degrees, Jordan. No feet up. Trey is going to go for some value here. Now, this is a raise for value and a quick call from Neng.
3 of diamonds on the turn. Double flush draw now. Hank does have the 9 of diamonds. Kind of irrelevant though, as Ray is still in the lead with top pair. Neng with only 5% next to his name.
Considering firing a second value bet.
My goodness.
I'm all in.
These guys aren't breathing right. Oh, he's just gonna jam? I mean, on this dynamic of a board, I don't hate it, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, on the double flush draw board, I mean...
Give it was a limped pot as well.
Just every single river either pairs the board or completes a straight, Jordan.
That
Every
is
single
correct,
river
yeah.
part. And there's 2 flush draws. This is just about as wet as it can get. I'm going to give Ray some props here. I think this overbet makes a lot of sense.
Especially given that it was a limped pot, you can't really expect that Ray's gonna have... Oh, sorry, that Neng's gonna have anything like, you know, Jack 10, Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack. Now, he does have 9s, so I guess that kind of rules that that thought process out, because he obviously does have flop traps that just didn't connect with the board. What would Ray do this with as a bluff, though? Queen 9 off, I guess? Neng blocks Queen 9.
Some combo draw type hands.
The issue is that a lot of his combo draws that are interconnected with this board are probably going to be raising pre instead of just checking back. Specifically your Queen 9 of diamonds, your King Queen of diamonds, King Queen of hearts, 8-9 suited. Even your 5-4 of hearts is probably the only hand, but even that may raise pre. Ray takes it down. Back over 20 big blinds.
3 blinds, small blind, please. 40.
So that was nice.
Can you put 20, please?
Sorry?
120, 240.
Who you got to win this one, Corey?
First off.
Look, Neng with the huge chip lead. You got to think he's the favourite to close this out. Now, we know that Ray is willing to battle, though. Seen him taking down tournaments a number of times over the last 12 months. But Neng on an absolute monster of a hot streak currently.
As you see, the blinds have increased now. So Ray with way under 20 bigs, hovering around that 16 mark. I'm going to take the other guy. I'm going to go for Ray. Spread it out a little bit. Definitely think Ray can come back from this. Though it is a little bit difficult when you're playing 3 hands a level. Clock.
Four.
Does find a raise eventually.
He's going to turn this 10-2 suited into a bluff.
700k, almost 3 bigs.
Six fold.
Fold out of Ray, and it looks like we're going to
no
get some
pressure,
chips
huh?
changed up.
Oh, no pressure. No pressure.
Yeah, Vig, sorry, I couldn't resist. I'm a huge advocate for a shot clock in tournaments. 30 seconds with 1 minute extensions is ideal, and I think that should be the future of poker. I also think it should be a blanket rule. You need to stack your chips in 20s, but we're going to take it one step at a time. As we welcome Taylor back to the dealing chair.
240.
Shot clocks are the way to go. We saw a lovely one being used in the Goliath. Really big numbers. I'm pretty sure the dealers really love using it as well. Made for a lot better pace of play. Massive.
I was just disappointed it didn't have rainbow lights.
Massive reckons it's a terrible idea. Why no shot clocks? Time has killed the game. Time has made the game more enjoyable. We're trying to get an audience of people playing more poker. People sitting there with hoodies and headphones and sunglasses taking 45 seconds to whack is only going to kill the game itself.
3 raise, 500,000.
As we see, name with the Jack 10-0. Looks like he's going to put in a raise here. 500k, and I think Ray's just going to jam the Queen 10. That he does. Amalia, yes, they did do a deal. If you check the pinned comment at the top of your screen, a deal has been made three-handed. So these guys are going to be battling heads up for around $6,130 and a $1,250 ticket to the vault.
3 million, 3.5, 6.
Shout out Rory.
3,670,000.
Definitely agrees with what I'm saying regarding the shot clock.
Jordan, this seems like the perfect time for a poll.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's run a poll. Do you think shot clocks should be used in tournaments?
Guys, in the Facebook chat, you won't be able to vote on that poll, but do let us know your thoughts. You think they're benefit? Think they add to the tournament? Or do you think they're going to get in people's way? Let us know.
Small one, right?
George reckons with Taylor dealing, we're expecting set of a set. I think you might just have PTSD. Kills the essence of the game, tactics and wit. You need to be able to utilize your tactics and wit within a decent amount of time. Shot clocks in tournaments, yes. Shot clocks heads up. I mean, maybe. Rush decisions are terrible. That sounds like a you problem. Definitely sounds like the consensus at the moment is for shot clocks. Definitely feel like it's the way of the future. We saw the adjustment to poker with the big blind ante coming in. That changed the game quite a lot. That was just a few years ago now, I think. It's probably going to be time for shot clocks to be making that change, as we see Ray going to find a limp with the Jack Deuce O. Or big blind ante. I could definitely get behind this.
3 raise, 720,000. Six goals. Live up.
Yeah, John Barker makes a very good point. I tend to agree with him. 30-second time clock with a certain number of time banks. As we see the Queen 7-3 board. Next still in the lead with King High.
Check.
Tyler letting us know that he's experienced people taking 20 seconds just to look at their cards. Jordan, I gotta let you know, that's one of my biggest pet peeves on the poker table. all for waiting till it's your turn to take a peek.
6 check. Heads up.
But come on.
So we see a jack turn. Ray does take the lead. Neng does pick up a gutter though.
Oh, is getting pretty juicy. 1.7 million chips out there already. Great turn card for Ray.
Yeah, it's a really good turn card for Neng to barrel though. Come on, the Falcon. Be nice, mate. Definitely giving it some thought.
That's 625,000.
And it looks like we have a consensus that yes, they are great. Nang barrels for 625k. I don't think Ray is going to float the flop with... Oh, sorry, check. I don't think Ray is going to fold.
6 calls.
Second pair, heads up. No way.
Heads up.
SPR of 1 going to the river now, though. 7 of clubs. Those backdoor clubs do come in. Neng has the 9 of clubs in his hand.
I'm just going to give this some thought.
3 bets all in.
I have second pair.
Neng's going to jam? He's going to run this as a jam.
Yeah, right.
Check, flop. Call on the turn from Ray. He just empties the clip when the backdoor clubs get there. Ray does have the deuce of clubs. Not that it really removes too many of the combos that Ray's pre. It's a pretty sick spot though. He loses to a queen. There's a chance that he loses to some jack X as well.
This line definitely does make sense from Neng. He can certainly represent that he's picked up a flush draw on the turn, decided to barrel it, and it's come in on the river. Also could make sense that he just decided to bet a 7 on the turn.
The flop check is the weird thing here. If you had anything on these boards on this board at that point, you probably would have bet a queen. Probably would have also bet a 7 after raising pre. Overpairs bet. I don't really think this makes much sense. The only thing that you could possibly have would be a backdoor flush draw, but you'd have to barrel that on the turn without thinking that you're going to get jammed on by a limp call range. I think Ray's probably going to think this one through.
Nothing I can do, I think.
Five-minute shot clock, you reckon? Yeah, that's cool if you want a tournament to be finished within 12 days. Ray's kind of just shrugging at the moment.
Calls all in.
He puts in the call.
Wow.
Wow, what a call.
Full double for Ray.
And he's going to take the lead.
Yeah, stacks have evened out.
Really managed to think that one through, figured it out. And he's going to take the lead, 9.1 mil. Nice call. Put the pieces of the puzzle together and found the correct decision.
Right.
Ray now going to be in the lead.
2 million, 2.2, 3 million.
Toby makes a great point in the Facebook chat around the shot clock. Says, have shot clocks with auto extend, but they should not be a similar shape or size to a chip to prevent errors when someone throws one in. And that definitely popped up quite a few times when the shot clocks were first introduced. Those time bank chips just being larger chips, when someone tosses one in, if the person that's made the bet isn't paying attention or looking elsewhere, trying to sort of prevent themselves giving off any tells, they might see that chip go in and think that it's a call. That's something that definitely happened multiple times, so it's a great point that Toby brings up.
Yeah, I really think that if you're going to utilize a time bank system, the time chips should also look like rectangular plaques or something similar, as opposed to a circular chip that can be mixed up with the actual stack. There's a series that I'm pretty sure Hustler Casino uses it for their cash games. They have square plaques instead of circular chips. I think they work really, really well.
Yeah, I guess the other option would just be to not throw them in.
Yeah. Collect them at the conclusion.
Yeah.
Small life 120. And big one, right? 120, 240 to call. You're in for 240, right?
Yep.
And I'm also of the opinion that you should be able to be re-topped up with your time banks at the conclusion of a certain amount of time. So say every 2 levels, or sorry, every 4 levels that pass, you get 2 time banks back in your stack if you start with 6.
3 calls, option.
Yeah, I think there's been a couple of tournaments that I've participated in over the last 12 months where time banks don't refresh all day,
Yeah,
which is
I've already taken your ante in, by the way.
is frankly just really silly, I think. It kind of almost de-incentivizes you to register early, because you're going to find yourself in a tough spot, you're going to burn your time bank, and then you've got to play the entire rest of the day without it. So yeah, I think you're spot on, Jordan.
800,000.
6 raise, 800,000.
and Amok makes a very good point. I think it should be capped at a certain amount. Typically capped at 6. You can't get over that many times. Buying them becomes an issue because that floats the price, adjusts the prize pool as opposed to making it fair for everybody. Because if somebody has an infinite amount of money and they want to buy into the tournament and keep reloading the time chips, that doesn't really make it fair for the other people playing against them. More shout outs for that great call from Ray. He's really made this a bit of a battle once more. Lots of support for Ray pouring out in Facebook and Twitch. A massive make. I think if you're playing cash, that's fair enough. Tournaments, however, needs to be entirely fair across the board. Cash games, you can do whatever. But I think in tournaments, you need to make sure that it's level.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea of having a set buy-in at the end of the day. Everyone buys in the same amount, gets the same amount of chips, and then gets an equal opportunity. But yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that being a thing for cash games, being able to purchase extra.
3 raise, 820,000.
So it looks like Neng is going to continue the aggression, raising the King 9 offsuit once again. He's going to try and see if it works this time. Ray with the Queen 3 is going to put in the call.
Yep. 6 calls, 820.
Off to a flop we go once again. Relatively similar hands to last time. A7-4. Both players with a diamond, but Ray does have the better diamond. Last time a flop like this came, Neng did proceed with a flop check when he didn't connect. Wonder whether or not he's going to keep the same strategy. Jason and Ann pouring support for Ray. Looks like Neng is reaching for chips. He's going to fire 475k. It's going to get the job done. Going to level it back out again. Neng with back to chip lead.
Yeah, very even at the moment. Just a couple of big blinds separating these two.
I think we are having a couple of issues with the table mic, guys. So give us a moment. We'll work on it. Couple of actual hands here now. Neng with the King 10 offsuit.
Real hands for both of these guys, playing just over 30 big blinds effective.
like he's going to lean forward and put a raise to 775. That's a big raise. These guys have been playing a very different style to what we've been seeing from the other heads up so far. 775, like we've been seeing a lot of min raising heads up, but this like 3.5x stuff is not really what I'm used to seeing in heads up battles. Ray just jams the ace jack. Pretty big jam, 30 something bigs. Nang with the king 10. Don't think he's going to make this call. Sorry, Mark, I don't think we're going to be able to stream the do 7 single. Not only do I have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to that game, but I don't think the card readers can appropriately match that.
Would be a lot of fun.
As this is potentially for the tournament, it's definitely a big one to weigh up.
This 3-bet jam from Ray looks pretty strong. It's a lot of chips. King 10 is a very strong hand heads up, but in this situation, it shrinks a little bit. He's got a pretty clear fold here, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think this is ever going to be a call. Does fold. Alright, going to pick up a nice pot there, takes back the chip lead. I'll have a chat with a member of the production team to see if there's a way we might be able to get one for you next time, Mark. I'm not entirely sure what we would need to do from a logistics standpoint, but I know for a fact that there are some guys down in southern states like Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia that would love to see some streamed mixed games. Looks like Ray's just going to keep applying the pressure. Rips in the Jack 8. I mean, that's for quite a lot of big blinds. It's a huge jam. I don't think I'm ever jamming Jack 8 suited for 33 bigs, Corey. What about you?
Yeah, look, we've missed all our predictions so far today, Jordan. So I don't want to go and I don't want to go and say anything for sure.
Yeah, I feel like Ray just wants to get this over with, and he doesn't really care about anything. Like the ace jack was a pretty big jam for 35 bigs. The Jack 8 suited is just a bit like yeah.
Yeah, that's something.
Nang now with an actual hand.
He'd love for Ray to go for it again. See if he sticks with this large open size.
Looks like he is going to go the same size, so at least he's consistent and balanced in that instance. Ray now with the king 6 suited. He just came off jamming Jack 8 suited. He did jam the ace jack just before. I wonder whether or not he's going to go with the same plan here and if he just wants to keep trying to run it.
It's been a very long series. You got to think fatigue is starting to set in for these guys.
Yeah, definitely.
We are officially in the morning.
Those of you who thought that this would go until Monday. Looks like Ray's just going to call. Off to a flop we go. 1.8 million in the middle. And the foot goes up.
Wonder if there might be some tell to do with the foot on the chair.
Oh, well, the foot came back down. He seems to be wanting to get very focused for this hand for some reason. I wonder why that might be.
Yeah, no idea.
No, he hasn't got a good hand, so it can't be that. As we see the 10-9-5 flop, that totally misses Ray. He's just got king high. Wouldn't hate to see a bet of maybe a third to half pot here. Looks like he's going to go very small, roughly a quarter. Just going to get the job done. No love from Ray. And we're back almost even once again.
Yeah, just one big blind separating the two players. Playing around about 35 big blinds effective. Never mind those payouts on screen, ladies and gents. There was a deal made. Being locked up 40,660. Ray locked up 38,000. Did a deal three-handed with Dipper. Dipper locking up just shy of 35k for himself. Still just over 6,000 left to play for, and of course the vault ticket still up for grabs. That trophy you see in the middle of the table.
Ray dominated here. Jack 10 for Ray, Ace 10 for Nang. Wilto, we've had a couple of issues with the table mics. So there's been a little bit of issue with that. So we've just turned them off for now. Team is working on trying to get them sorted. So Nang is giving this some thought. Looks like he's going to go to 700 this time instead of 775. So a bit of a different size there.
Interesting. Now the key is, where does his foot go?
Looks like Ray is really weighing up his options here.
I mean, Jack 10 offsuit, definitely a hand he could defend, even against the larger size. Or if he's thinking about something else. He's going to make the call. 1.6 million in the middle.
Off to a flop we go. Gut shot for Ray, just ace high for Nang. No diamond for either player. Don't think Ray is going to be folding on this flop. If Nang is going to bet, I reckon it should be a small size, something around a quarter. Looks like that's what he's going to decide on. Looks to be a bet of 500k, roughly a third. Ray is not going to call for a gutter? Thought that he
with the
may have found a call there.
3 diamonds on board, he decided not to chase that straight. Then going to take it down a pot there.
You can see that there was 592 people that registered this event, and we just have 2 remaining. These guys were playing for 57,000, but there was a deal made. Nang locked himself up 40,660. Ray 38,000, and they're playing a heads-up battle for $6,130 and a 1,250 entry to the vault. It's like Ray is going to find an open here.
Ray also going with the big size, 750.
And a jam from Neng.
Wow, just picked up the suit connector and decides to go for it. Pretty big jam.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 30 big blind jam with 9-8 suited. That's just crazy talk. Is everyone losing their minds? What's going on? This is a very, very stark contrast from the heads-up battles we've seen so far this week. These guys kind of just want to run it for 30 bigs. Neither of them they've woken up with hands individually, but not together. It's a bit of a weird battle so far, Philo. You are right. Thanks for tuning in, Kenny. Joe Hickory, yeah, I blame fatigue. It's a pretty good point, man. These guys have been playing for 7 days. Main event, sure, has only been going for technically 2 days, but they've been playing everything else the whole time as well.
Yeah, I mean, today started at what, midday, Jordan?
Roughly midday, yeah.
Be marking around about the 12-hour mark.
As we see, Neng is going to raise up the 5-4 suited, and I don't think Ray is going to want to play the 9 do so. That he doesn't. Ray slipping down to 6.4 million now. Neng with almost a 2-1 chip lead.
How do you like that wall of chips, Jordan?
It's making me nauseous. Oh no, the finger.
Yes, that wall of chips.
Oh my goodness.
That's the one I was referring to.
For all of you fans of Super Smash Brothers, getting a bit of PTSD from seeing the hand once again. Could never beat that thing. So annoying. Ray with the 3 do suited.
It was pretty tough. I mean, it could fly around and spin and shoot things.
Plus, I was playing on a PlayStation, so ace on the turn. Ray picks up a gutter. Neng was just 9 high, still in the lead. What a tilting way to have your chip stacked.
It's a good thing we're heads up. Otherwise, Neng would be getting told off for having his cards behind his chips.
Yeah. Super Smash Bros. Was my first Nintendo 64 game. Yeah, Rory, it was a lot of fun. I used to go to my friend's house and play it all the time. That and Ocarina of Time. I used to always just go over to my friend's place across the road. I never had a console when I was a kid until I was probably about 9 or 10. I used to go over to his place and I used to just play the fishing minigame on Legend of Zelda's Ocarina of Time. Because I didn't know how to do anything else. As it looks like these guys are going to quickly stretch their legs.
Rory, it sounds like you've started off on the right foot, that's for sure. Then perhaps seeing if he's got any fruit in there that he can eat. Got to save that orange for now.
I'm a little bit worried about this heads up. Surely there's a time that these guys are going to get kicked out of the venue. It might be 6 a.m., but given the hands per level at the moment, I'm a little bit worried for them. Yeah, Rory, Ocarina of Time's a classic. I've heard that the new one, Tears of the Kingdom, is incredible as well. I played Breath of the Wild. Yeah.
Can confirm. I've spent far too many hours over the last couple of weeks on Tears of the Kingdom.
I played Breath of the Wild the whole way through. Don't have a Switch at the moment, so I can't play Tears of the Kingdom. A little bit disappointed as we see both players whiffing this flop once again. Now going to be ahead with Jack High. Can sometimes just be the case with heads up play. Either player connecting with a lot of boards in a row.
So let's make a pair and hold them.
George, you were saying that it was going to be over any moment with Taylor dealing. Now you're saying the opposite? Nang just going to fire out there with Jack High. Ray calls with the 850, the 5 of diamonds. Huh? I'm a bit confused.
Well,
Looks like Nang is just going to keep firing off here. Looks like a bet of roughly 750k, and that's going to get the job done. Not quite sure what the 8-5 float on the A6-3 was. I guess he had some running cards, but this is a very ambitious call. All right, guys, we've got a new poll on this topic. What was the first console you owned? I've put a couple of options in there. If you've got any that aren't there, feel free to send them in the Twitch chat. I was a PlayStation kid. Started off playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, one of the best games ever made.
Jordan, seeing as you haven't put PlayStation into the poll.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. PlayStation, second option.
Oh, right. It's just changed for me. Well,
Yeah, there weren't enough spots for me to put in the SNESs and the old Ataris. My a Tandy Vision. Wow, George, you're showing your age there. Ray with 3s, and then with the Jack 7 going to check it back. Ray may have been going for a limp jam there as the blinds have gone up to 150-300. And Nang out flopping Ray once again. Yeah, Vix, my dad had a Commodore 64. He would talk all about it. Tell me heaps of stories. Looks like Ray is going to try and stab at this. Very unique betting style. Call. King of Spades in the turn gives Ray a flush draw.
Ray was pretty close to dead on the flop, but he's picked up a few outs now. Nang not going to be liking this turn card at all.
And the river's another spade, so Ray does make that back to a flush. Nang now. Wondering whether or not to try and take this one. Don't think it's ever going to work. Wow, that's a big bet. Looks like over $1 million.
Yeah, that
1 million.
might do it.
1.1 mil exactly.
Ray with a pure bluff catcher now.
Given the way Ray has played so far, I wouldn't be surprised to see him make the call here. He made a really nice call before for his tournament life with a jack. Now he is being pushed around a little bit. Floated the 3s on the flop, went running spades. Now he's facing a big bet. Nang has been known to bluff quite happily in spots like this, as he did with the King 9 earlier. Wonder if Ray is going to be able to sniff this one out as well. Given that it was a limped pot, you have to wonder whether or not Nang is going to have a hand like Queen X. We've seen him lead a few times, like the Queen of Spades, for example. We've seen him lead on the flop when he's connected with a pair. He didn't lead in this scenario. He check-called the flop after Ray bet. Check, turn, another lead. Have to think that he would have raised an ace pre-flop as well. So in this scenario, he's really only saying he has a hand like Jack 6 with the Jack of Spades, Jack 7 with the Jack of Spades. Because it's a pretty big amount to be betting here.
Question is, does he still take this sizing with something like the 10 of spades or even the jack of
Yeah,
spades?
I don't know because it's such a good run out for the pre-flop kind of in position player. Ray's really thinking this one through.
He might just sniff this out, hey.
He sniffed it out before when he called with the jack. He does pick up a 500k chip. Puts it in. Nice call. Very well thought out call from Ray. And he's going to see the good news. He's going to pick up a nice pot, take himself back up to the 7.4 million mark.
Just about going to even this up. Now, blinds have ticked over to 150,300.
And we've got
7.5 million, 25 big blinds.
Yeah, and we've got quite a number of comments to get through. With the original NES, we've got the Game Boy Color, Commodore Colt 2 IBM compatible. My goodness. Wayno asking whether or not Sean Oy won the Beast. I'm not certain, but I did see him in the background before. I think he was actually railing the event. I don't think he was playing. So we'll get clarification on that from our team to see who exactly did win that event in the background. Wii was a great console. I had a Wii. I remember doing Wii Sports. And I'm pretty sure that is where George Ferlingos found his passion for bowling. So there you go. Either that or the Big Lebowski. I'm not sure. Obviously, you're not a golfer. It's getting a little bit into the late night hours here, guys. We're going a little bit loopy.
I mean, it is Monday at this point.
While you're all here as well, don't forget to give LCA Poker a follow on Twitch. Give APT Live a follow on Facebook. We're trying to break some records with viewership and engagement here, so make sure you guys are tuning in. Apparently Sean came 7th in the Beast. Thank you, Liam Murray, for the update. So it looks like neither of these guys are can connect with this flop again. Then with just Queen High on the 10-9-5. Yeah, I mean, these guys really don't want to connect with. Just tap it in. Just give it a little tip tap. Grandma. Don't get me starting to quote Happy Gilmore. I won't stop. I'm sorry, babe. All right, so this battle continues. It looks like Neng is just going to fold this flop. I'm just using the titcher, baby. We're going to use it on someone else. Oh. I don't know if you were watching earlier, Vigs, but I kept making some Waterboy references. Whenever somebody made a decision that was not what we thought, I was saying that it's a lot like Bobby Boucher's mum and the Waterboy. Wrong again. Meg still with a comfy lead here, 9.5 mil to the 8.2 of Ray. There's just 4 big blinds separating these two guys. I like that quote too, George, but I can't say that on air. I'll get in trouble. Couple of clubs for both these guys. Thank you for behaving, Liam. No, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong. So Neng flops trips. Ray with a couple of backdoors though. Have I lost you, Corey? Are you still here?
I'm here.
Oh, this could be a disaster though. This could be rough for Ray. Does turn top pair against the trapped trips of Neng. Ray's going to check again.
I mean, these guys seem to make nothing for a whole heap of hands in a row. Now Ray finds himself with top pair and he's close to drawing dead.
We have seen some crazier runouts though.
They're going to size up a value bet on the turn here.
Looks like he is going to put a bet out there. roughly a third, 700k and a 1.9 mil. I mean, it is a third, but it's only 2 bigs. It's crazy to see how far this tournament's come. 1 big blind is the equivalent of 10 starting stacks.
Yikes.
Call here from Ray. Off to a river we go. 5 doesn't change anything. Ray with the check. Nang now. Trip 10's trapped on the flop. Bet small on the turn. Have to wonder he's probably going to go for glory here.
A lot of movement here from Nang.
Yeah, he doesn't want to sit still. He may consult the orange on what decision he should make, but I think that is against the TDA rules.
Yeah, 1 player to a hand. No exception for fruits.
Yeah, he's giving away so much info here. He doesn't really stop moving. He keeps making different facial expressions. This is a man with the nuts. What? Wait, why
What is going on, Jordan? What is happening?
What's he doing with that orange? Giving this one quite a lot of thought, though.
Maybe this is some new randomizer technique. Whatever he smells on the orange will tell him how much to bet.
Lemon? Bluff. Looks like he is going to go huge, like we guessed. And then stretches back out.
I think he just... Oh, no. I thought he just grabbed hold of the orange again.
Oh, he got called. I mean, he got snapped off.
Oh.
Wow, that's a big call. That is a big call.
Big pot going the way of Nang there. Ray now very short.
Ray is very short here, just 11 big blinds.
I asked early on which fruit would be the nuts, but I think George has got the perfect solution here. Next tournament, he's just coming with a whole fruit platter.
I mean, we're talking about Adam Sandler and the Waterboy and Happy Gilmore, but I think Neng is going to take the Oscar. That was quite a performance to get a call from the top pair.
Yeah.
Does take a super commanding lead in this one, though. Just 11 big blinds now for Ray. Looks like Ray's going to jam the King 8. I don't think Neng's going to call the 8-6. Yep. Gonna think this one through. 8-6 for 10 bigs heads up. Not a call.
See what the orange thinks. Card words from Joe in the Facebook chat. So the APT, in his opinion, are the #1 in Australia at the moment. I'd love to see a 10k buy-in tournament. 10k buy-in would be very fun to have in the schedule. We did have the 5k earlier this week. Some pretty reasonable numbers. Gotta wonder if a 10k could be on the horizon.
For now, though, Neng is going to try and see if he can reap the fruits of his labor.
Jordan, it's too late.
See if he can slice up Ray, get this one done. And jams in the queen 5-0. I don't think Ray's going to call the queen deuce. Probably a little bit too wide. Does fold. I do have my uncle to thank for these jokes. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yeah, can't do the squeeze play. It's heads up. That's a really good point, Joe. But given the fact that Ray's got 10 big blinds, I think all of these hands are going to be pretty juicy. Oh, Ray with 10-7 suited, Neng with queens. I think this is probably going to be going all in. Given the way Ray has been playing so far, he ripped the Jack 8 for 30 bigs before. Oh, no, proceeds
Let's
with all
just
limp.
go ahead and limp this one. Might save him.
Don't worry, all of these jokes are in jest. I mean, in jest. Decides to check back the queens. Ace high flop.
Ah. Yeah, well, this is this is not what we predicted. Predictions have been off all day, Jordan. No different here. Ray going to go ahead and take a stab. Wow, look at this turn card for Nang. He hates the ace on the flop. Probably figured that it was most likely if Ray had one, he would have been jamming pre-flop, though. He has
Right,
made
he's
the
just going to
set on
check
the
back
turn, just
again.
in case.
3 repeat. So second top boat for Neng. Looks like he isn't going to set the trap straight away. He just jams. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Not when Ray has 10 high. Got a new poll in the Twitch chat. What is your favorite fruit to consult whilst playing poker? Number of options there. So these guys carry on with this heads up battle. And it is a battle. It's been going for quite some time at this point.
Very pleased to see that my my favorite option was already listed in that poll.
For those of you on Facebook who aren't watching on Twitch, all of the options were orange. As we've seen, Neng here does decide to limp. Ray with kings and 8 bigs. Raymond reckons pineapple is the best fruit. I reckon if you had any issues and you had a pineapple, you'd be able to get to the core of the problem a lot faster. Looks like a not all in raise here from Ray. Nang with the Robbie. He's going to call. So we're going to see a flop here. SPR of 1.
This is interesting. Yeah, this is another one where I would have picked it wrong.
And
twice.
That is going to get Nang in trouble.
Yeah, Ray is going to double 80% of the time here. Now, I don't want to predict exactly how this goes down, but the chips go in the middle here.
Yeah, definitely. Nang might just jam. No, just a call. 9 of spades on the turn doesn't change anything. Ray, a 90% chance to win this hand. Does jam and gets snapped. Can I see the bad news? Looks like Ray is going to double here. This needs to fade a jack or a 4 to find the full double.
Could be it. Nang's able to improve here.
5 outs for Nang, and he will be the APT champion of the main event. It's worthwhile standing up for. He's going to use his stand-up equity. Ray's going to match it.
Ray going to instantly counter.
Yep, they're going to go to their rails. River card. Close, but not quite, is a 3. Ray's going to find a full double with the Kings. Just like that, we continue on. Ray with now 18 big blinds. And we have reached a result in our poll. What is your favorite fruit to consult at the table? The answer was orange. As you guys decided.
Never would have picked it.
No. It's not a really obvious one. All the way Ray for the win. Wayno reckons the Rays can eventually take this one down. You know, earlier today, Corey, I actually had to meet up with my doctor. Asked me if I was over my Wonderwall addiction yet. I said maybe.
Oh. You know, Jordan, there's an easy way to keep the doctor away.
And that is an apple a day. Doctor's least favorite fruit. Still prefer the lady at the WSW on a live dog as a card cover. Geez, that's a bit rough. Do we know for a fact that it's not a large mandarin? No, I don't know. That makes it even funnier.
Yeah, we have no idea. Yeah, we. Well, Jordan, we have action. This
is an action hand.
Destined to go in.
Absolutely.
We've been wrong on almost every prediction, but surely here the chips are going in.
Yeah, Ray is just going to be limp jamming, and Nang is just going to be Ray's calling. Yep, we are still playing the 300k blinds. Yep, all in. And a call. Let's go.
Quick
Run
call.
it. The classic flip. 10s for Nang. Ace-Jack suited for Ray. It's like peanut butter and jam. One of these hands has a slight statistical advantage. And for now, it is the 10s. Need to fade 6 outs. 7 on the turn. Just got to fade 6 outs and we will have a new champion. That is one of those outs.
Spades on the
Jack
river.
of spades on the river.
It is not to be just yet. Brutal river there for Nang. That's going to give Ray the chip lead now.
River card go bink. And just like that, the tables have turned. Ray with 12 million, Nang now with 20 big blinds. I think it was the lack of orange consultation that led to the jack on the river.
I think so, yeah. I mean, we sort of make that decision very quickly.
Yeah, the orange equity wasn't in play there. It wasn't utilized. Ray finds a big double and he's a big favorite now. Take this one down. as I'm going to leave you with Corey just for a few moments. I will be back in just a second.
See, Princess just going to confirm these chip counts. We'll see. 20 big blinds effective now. Nang, the short stack. Ray with about a 2-to-1 chip advantage here. Insane river card that he was able to catch just there. We were one card away from having this all wrapped up. Nang just needed any non-ace or jack river, and he'd be holding onto that trophy. He'd be locking up that extra $6,000, that vault ticket. But it's not to be. We will continue. Chip's taken care of. We're about to get back into the action.
Apocalypse, that is a stretch at best, and you know it. Looks like we're going to carry on here. Jason and Ann with a Mortal Kombat reference.
Speaking of first consoles, first Mortal Kombat, quite some time ago. Definitely be a few people's first.
You know, I once put my copy of the original Mortal Kombat in my freezer to see how cold I could get it. Don't think I managed to get it sub-zero, but I think it was close. Yes, they arranged a deal. That's a good one, Boyka. Big fan of that one. There is a pinned comment at the top of the Twitch chat outlining the deal that was made. Nang locked himself 40,660, Ray 38,000. And right now they're battling for $6,130. Thank you for resharing that, Apocalypse. You can see a flop of Jack Jack Deuce here. Ray in the lead with Queen High. As the jumper has come off, Nang engaging in serious mode. Shout out Eric in the chat. Good to see you tuning in. Quick fold from Nang. Down to 16 big blinds now.
Shortest Nang's been in quite some time. Ray in the driver's seat.
I would like to welcome our new Citrus Overlords. Good to see you in the chat, James. As it looks like Nen just literally leaped over the barricade. Don't do that, please. You will hurt yourself and hit your head on the top of the of the scaff set up there. As we see that Nang is getting pretty short, 16 bigs. On the topic of things that are short, Corey, you know what ET is short for?
Tell me.
Got little legs. Little legs. It's not very. Legs are short, you know.
Oh.
Thanks for tuning in once more, guys. Hope you enjoy our silly rambling. Hope you're having a good time. Don't forget to follow APT Live on Facebook. Give LCA Poker a follow on Twitch. We are going to be your regular clowns that are going to be making sure we keep everything up to date for you. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage. As always, feel free to type in chat, ask any questions, make any comments, any queries or conundrums you may have for us. My name is Jordan Bromley, as always, joined by Corey Van Jay. Whilst we're here as well, don't forget to give a like to Corey's new Facebook platform. I believe it's called Implied Odds Poker Training.
Correct.
Search that one up, give him a like. You want to give us a quick breakdown on that one again, Corey?
Yes, so I'll be offering quality, personalized poker coaching. If you're looking to level up your poker game, Implied Odds is the place to go. Go jump on the Facebook page. If you could drop a like, I'd greatly appreciate it. Be sharing some tips on that Facebook page you can enjoy just for liking. And if you are interested in really leveling up, then flick us a message. We can arrange to begin your learning journey. Love to have you on board. I'll drop a link to the Facebook page in the chat for you guys, for anyone who didn't catch it before.
Tyrone asking who won. We did, the viewers. No, we're still going.
Correct.
We're still battling heads up here. Just a brief break to get an updated chip counts for the system and make sure everything else is sorted. I don't have a clue. Oh, that's good. I'm going to use that one. I'm going to use that one. All of these jokes are going very smoothly. I feel like there's a nice blend. We've just been posting that Implied Odds Poker training page on the Facebook and the Twitch chat. Guys, give those ones a like. As always, thanks for tuning in. You just bought some baby fruits and now you need an apricot. No, that's no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That is
I don't know how much more of this I can take, Jordan. I really feel like I've been beaten to a pulp.
GMB, you can't say that. Nah, if anything, we should be happy that Apocalypse is spreading his seat. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to say that. That's terrible. GM, that sent me. You can't say that. You know, Corey, I, for one, really like Roman numerals.
Why is that, Jordan?
Well, I, for one.
Oh, great. Well, each to their own, I guess.
Singing in the shower is fun until you get soap in your mouth, then it's a soap opera. Yeah, that's great. That is a good one.
Well, I gotta say, Jordan, it's been a great week.
It's been a lot of fun. Thank you guys for tuning in.
It has been a lot of fun.
Thank you for putting up with our absurdity. We always have a lot of fun doing this commentary. APT is a fantastic crew to work for. As always, a lot of thanks to the LCA Poker team as well on the production end. Brendan always does a fantastic job. Our quote-unquote producer in the background. All right, I've got a classic joke for you, Corey. This is a classic one.
I can't wait.
All right. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why?
Because?
Jordan.
Oh,
Jordan,
dear.
everything was going so well.
Where did it all go wrong? Where did it all go wrong?
I think it started going downhill when Nang sniffed the orange. That definitely seemed like a critical point on this timeline.
Someone glued my deck of cards together. I cannot deal. Have you heard about the new rule at the grocery store? Fantastic joke here from the LCA team. Brendan. That's terrible. That is rough.
No.
That's rough. Did you know that you can't lose a homing pigeon, Corey?
You know, I did know that. Yeah.
Because if you lose a homing pigeon, what you've lost is a pigeon.
Oh, yikes. I really feel like I'm battling the current here, you know, Jordan.
Rip. Oh, these guys are taking a seat once again. We can continue this heads-up battle. Falcon at the chat says he just cut his ear off. My goodness. The last break that these guys had was purely to chat numbers, so they were definitely overdue for a brief stint away from the table. I'm sorry you needed to put up with our terrible jokes in the meantime. Damien has a fear of speed humps.
Did you see what I have to put up with?
It's alright. Evander Holyfield's a great boxer as well. You'll be fine. Nang now. Queen 7-0.
Wow.
Gonna find the limp. Ray with kings.
Come back to find a monster hand, and he's going to be able to call all in. Wow, just like that. He's going to peek at one. Oh, that's pretty good. He's going to peek at the second one.
Kings versus Queen 7. Number 2 versus computer. And this is for everything. Ray has a chance to become the main event champion, as well as the mini main event champion here at the Australian Poker Tour Series at Southport Sharks. Just 5 cards away from lifting the trophy. Here's the flop.
Ray just has to hold here.
Nang picks
there
up
is
a
a gut shot on the flop. Any 8 will see Nang take this one down.
Oh my god, it's an 8.
What is going
goodness. And a jack doesn't change anything. Nang is going to find a full double.
I'm sure
My
Ray's
god, what a roller coaster this heads-up battle has been. All of the heads-up battles so far this week have been crazy.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't had a single nice and simple heads-up. All of them have just been going bananas.
Oh, he throws the orange up in celebration.
That's a pretty nasty beat there for Ray.
That is disgusting. Nang back in the lead now. And there's just 40 bigs in play, I think. Maybe even less. Liam, can someone explain to me why we play MTTs again? Yeah, that's a sick one. That is a disgusting way to lose that pot. And Neng now in the driver's seat, right on the ropes once again.
The blinds have ticked up to 200, 400. We
So
are.
Ray's got 6.7
very
million, but that is
shallow.
just 16 big blinds.
Yeah, don't blink at this point, guys. These chips are going to be flying. It's not going to take much to get 16 bigs in pre in a heads-up format with a full big blind ante.
James can see this one going till 2034. Elon Musk has somehow colonized the sun, and this match is still going strong. Wow. Oh, another cooler situation.
Yeah, well, said it wasn't going to take much. Both
All
these
in
hands
call.
qualify as much. Neng, he couldn't hold with the 10s before against a similar hand. Ray finding the jack on the river to get a full double. He's going to look to do similar here to leave Neng below 12 big blinds if Ray's able to find the double. But if Neng can hold here, it's game over.
Notable
This is for
difference.
the
No
title.
orange. No orange being held as we see the flop. King 6-3 doesn't change anything. 10 still in the lead.
Neng the only one with a diamond.
8 on the turn doesn't change anything. Ray with just 6 outs, so we have a winner.
He's going to have to hit another river.
And the river
And
is
he's
a
not
10.
going to do it.
Gives Neng a set, and just like that, we have crowned our Australian Poker Tour Southport May Series main event champion. Neng Xiao takes it down, defeating Ray heads up. He's going to take home $46,890 for his efforts, as well as a $1,250 ticket to the vault. Ray in second place is going to take home $38,000, and just like that, it is all over. What do you think of that heads up battle, Corey? It was very up and down.
That was a roller coaster of a heads up. Huge congratulations, firstly, to Ray on an awesome effort, making it all the way to heads up here in the APT main event.
Oh my god, and for those of you who are keeping track, the orange is being peeled. We are going to see, this is what we've all been waiting for, guys. The fruit jokes, the puns, everything worth it for this moment. He takes a bite out of the orange. And just like that, that portion of the rail needs to be sanitized. But that's all, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for dealing with us, putting up with our jokes. I hope you guys have had a fantastic Sunday night. Thanks for tuning in with us all week. We love doing this. We love doing the commentary. Thanks to APT for letting us be able to do this. Thanks to the LCA poker team. Thanks, Brendan. And once again, congratulations to Nang, the main event champion.
Big congrats to Nang on a great result here. He's going to take down the APT main event. He's going to have that trophy, and he's going to find his face on a banner the next APT. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. It's been a blast. I'm ready to escape Jordan's horrible puns.
Just a couple of things before we do sign off, guys. A couple of dates that you guys need to write down. July 30th to August the 6th, the APT returns back to Eaton's Hill for another series, and then the big one, the National Poker Championships in Sydney, the 22nd of October to the 29th of October. Don't forget to give APT Live a Facebook like. Don't forget to follow LCA Poker on Twitch. Once again, guys, my name is Jordan Bromley, joined as always by Corey Van J. Thanks for tuning in, and we will see you next time.
Thanks, everyone.